a long and or short time. We're going to be here trying to finish up the Byzantium run, trying to get the borders looking nice. In particular, we already have all of the coast except for this. So that's probably what we'll be going for first. All praise the lag. Only 10 years left and 3 billion GDP, 13,000 construction. Kind of makes the game go a little bit slow. We already queued up around 2k additional things being constructed, and so we have quite a construction queue already built up, so hopefully we don't need to micromanage it too much. Again, we're looking for a Byzantium. We're trying to conquer both the Mediterranean, but also get a really nice looking Byzantium, so we will also be annexing, allies, or annexing these guys, annexing some of our subjects, and trying to get this to stretch across here. So that's the plan for today, and we're going to start off with going after the Rhone and Genoa if we can here. Now, I believe we can go after Genoa now that we have this as a state, which seems to be, so we can take Treaty Port Genoa, but this will be relatively low maneuver thing to take, so we'll take Rhone as the primary war goal, because this will be probably the largest one. And then we will take a look and we will add some more goals. We're also going to take the Sahara to try and make the lettering a little bit better. Would definitely not be... we'll take the Piedmont, Treaty Port, and then we'll also conquer State and the Sahara. Now, hopefully they don't back down, or sorry, hopefully... We'll actually probably just make it... I think we can put in enough maneuvers that it's not going to matter. But we'll go for Sahara and East Sahara. Would definitely not be kind of primary choice of what to take in terms of value. But it will do. And then we'll put these all as primary. And then we'll probably take Normandy as well. Which will cut off their access, their market access to kind of the rest of their thing. The rest of, because their capital's over here, will be right here. This is actually, by the way, the normal way you kneecap France. You take Orleans, you take Picardy, and you take Normandy, and you release Occitania, and this just makes France collapse every time. Very, very consistently. You can collapse France. We will immobilize everyone. We will start putting it on fronts. I don't think their military is very strong, so we should be able to do this without too much problem. Nile HQ, we'll probably have you near the Nile. North China HQ. Oh, we have two North China HQ guys. I guess we'll bring them both over. Red Rover, send the Nile HQ guys on over. And this will probably be fine in terms of our early assignments. We'll see how things develop as the play continues. Because they will probably... We'll see if they can get someone to help them out. Belgium's embargoing us. Yes. I think, I can't actually imagine a single person who would join that would make us not want to go after Normandy here. So we'll just put in the Conquer State on Normandy as well. But actually they won't back down now. As long as all of our war goals are primary, the AI is very, very unlikely to back down. So maybe we keep this for now. And we'll also move a few guys on over, just in case weird front splittage. Donation of knowledge, wonderful idea. Probably should delete it, but also to some extent can't be really bothered to delete it. Making a lot of money moves. I think we'll also just come in here and put a few in on some of these fronts over here. Whoop. Now, are you going to get some help, or are you not? Is the question here. They're very pessimistic, but it's be fairly easy for them to get in stuff like getting Germany on their side. Germany, I think, is not a very big fan of us. We might even subjugate them for a slightly better looking, like, northern France type border. Hey 1122, how's it going? How's it shaking? It probably is shaking a little bit, given what's going on over there. Although perhaps that's not the most sensitive language. Victory Day was a few days ago, right? And my understanding is you guys got a bit of a shelling in that. We could also transfer Netherlands. This would probably also be a decent one. And Peru, Bolivia. Just kind of waiting to see what they do in terms of their thing, though. So I think we'll go Normandy here. We're gonna pause. We're gonna go Normandy. We're gonna make it primary, I think. And then we'll make the transfer subjects not primary, and if they want to back down, they can. Netherlands and Peru, Bolivia is probably pretty good. Or just Netherlands, I guess, because that's all we can do. And I guess we'll make Normandy primary then. So France is getting super kneecapped here. We have all the guys mobilized. Why don't we keep one guy in the Balkans HQ, and we'll just bring... Actually, we'll probably just land with these remaining 4 guys. That's probably fine. Patriots and Hepburne's doing work at night. Yeah, Victory Day is May 9th. Brazil sides with France. I don't think we would have wanted anything from Brazil anyways. I don't think they're minus 62, but they also only lose this transfer. Oh, Brazil abandons France. You'll have to see it. So, it was May 9th. Yeah, so a little over a week ago. My sense of time is perhaps not the strongest right now. Let's also make sure that here our strategic objective is Isle de France, although that should be pretty easy to grab and occupy them right quick. It's amazing how speed 5 gets so slow. Maybe I need a better computer, but this is the current state of affairs. This is the soup I'm swimming in here. Can, of course, maybe recruit a general? Let's see if there's any place with a ton of leftover units. Yeah, just kind of in France. We're not really looking to delete them because they are just stimulating the economy, and we just kind of don't care too much about how the economy is being stimulated. So we're just gonna probably continue on this way. We're looking to just inject more money back into the economy. We already have like absolute minimal taxes and no consumption taxes, and we just increased Social Security. You know, and we're trying to do this in order to drive up consumption. We would actually like to be running a bigger deficit here, but we kind of want to spend money as intelligently as possible, which usually means construction, but construction also just has other negative effects. So it looks like they can't get anyone else on their side, so this is going to be pretty nice. We will probably be able to pup them in 5 years here then, because they will not be able to sustain. Once you take Normandy here, their market capital is here in Isle de France, and so they will be completely cut off, and so their economy will just collapse entirely into nothingness. Alright, so it looks like... How much are we paying out in welfare? Again, we do not mind paying out a ton of welfare right now. It's actually preferable because it increases consumption of consumer goods, which is good. We do want to kind of, I think, start moving towards deleting a lot of other, optimizing a lot of these places. So, for example, we want to delete non-coffee and produce more coffee in places. That way we're getting bigger throughput bonuses. I wish there was a better way to micromanage this, but there's not really. So, let's see. Macrios, Pepes, I think we're sending, and then Xenon Pan something we'll send as well. We have like 3 Xenons, which is not quite exactly what I would have wanted, but it is what it is. And then we get Petros and Alexios. And we'll just, you know, spread them out a little bit. I don't think it's going to matter too much. I think this war is going to be over pretty quick, but we're just going to try and make it over even quicker, because we got a little bit more stuff to do. We'll probably come back in for the subjugation for the better looking borders, because we only have to, after this, annex Spain, Serbia, Wallachia, and Switzerland to kind of get the borders we're looking for here by the end of the game, because it's really all about the screenshot, isn't it? That's the money shot, the screenshot at the end of the run. Of course, our GDP is probably not as big as we could have done, but, you know how it is. We actually could just up construction a whole lot more, too. I mean... I definitely want more construction centers in Dalmatia. And this is our holy capital of energy. The energy capital of the world, in fact. It's getting 90% throughput, but it also has the 15% output bonus from Krika Falls, however this is pronounced. So... Armies should need much more factories in the game. I agree for later game. I think it's not very... it doesn't seem too... Well, I actually haven't looked at the data, but it doesn't seem too expensive to, like, have tanks relative to everyone having a rifle, and there's a really substantive difference between a tank and a rifle, I think. Perhaps some people disagree with me, but, these poor guys, they're on trench versus tanks. You'll love to see it. I don't even know what we're researching. It entirely doesn't matter, but yeah. What we're researching, because we already have... Yeah. And, like, we have probably a lot of universities we don't need, but we also don't care too much, because they're all stimulating the economy, right? They're making us lose money. We have 13k construction going, and we're only losing 27k, and this is, like, a bit of a problem. Or we would like to be losing more. Let's see if we can find places we want to try and fix up. So, like, here we could push the throughput on one of these. Let's definitely get rid of the bananas, and then, I guess, go up on the sugar. You really want to specialize in one thing, so... we'll just do sugar here. The thing is the thing we want to specialize in as many places as possible is actually tea. Because our people are obsessed with it. We could nuke the millet farms there. Let's nuke all this and look to push the throughput bonus on these dyes here. Of course, you can also get dyes through the other ones. Okay, so here we have a smattering of, like, everything, so we're gonna push the tea up. Because tea in general is going to be the most productive here. God, this lag, though. For example, the UA currently spends 155 artillery shell monthly in production in only 1 day. UA. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that sentence. Are you talking about modern times? Because, I mean, this is... The 20s, like, modern military is, like, a lot different, you know? Yeah, these guys are gonna get riggedy wrecked. I don't think the standard should be, like, modern military stuff. Because, like, modern military spending is, like, unreally large compared to Ukraine current, yeah. What did you say? But that's, like, 100 years later than, you know, this. It's like, and warfare is a lot different now. Although I guess we have... like 1940s weapons, right? Because we're ahead of time. Or that's the idea behind mobile armor, is my understanding. Something like this. It's a pre-World War II game, yeah. But, like, I also think, let's, we could take a look how expensive, I think tanks, so tanks are a really expensive item, I understand that. Also, we could probably nuke these wheat farms and specialize in livestock ranches instead here. Our people are obsessed with meat, so there's that. But, alright, we are looking for a military place. Well, it's the future. Yikes. We are running shortages of that. But, like, we're only spending, the tanks is only 3.4k, 3.4k. We're spending as much on opium as we are on tanks, which seems like a bit of a problem. Spending a ton on the oil, though. But the game, my understanding of, like, when you read, like, what a tier 5 tech is supposed to represent, it's supposed to represent kind of, the future. So I understand I know that tanks were around in World War I, but my understanding is that, you know, these are supposed to represent kind of, like, post-World War I, sort of things. Like, chemical warfare and flamethrowers were also World War I, but that, at least the description of what the tiers of techs are supposed to represent, that they've given explicitly, is that it's supposed to represent, you know, the future in 1936. Which to me is, like, the start of World War II. Although, like, Germany's on, like, the bleeding edge, and, like, their tanks are more advanced or whatever at the start of World War II. Really, I think that they're going to do a DLC for, like, an extension to, well, maybe an extension to World War II. That'd be super neat. Maybe they won't because they think they'll be stepping on the toes of, Hoey, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like, Hoey is, like, super focused in on all that. I think we'll go after Wallachia next, because they have a ton of oil. They haven't discovered it, though, but there is a ton there. I think it's a 50 stacker. It might be a 40, I can't remember. It's quite a bit, whatever it is. Yep, just rolling over these guys, though. GDP is, like, straight vertical, which it'll stay this way if we could keep the construction queue going, but I don't know. Trying to keep the queue going hurts my soul a little bit. I guess we'll try and get this place to be a little bit more tea-oriented. Try and fix up all these. There's a lot of places that are just those things. Also about to acquire some more territory here. What's our pop look like? 500 million, just cranking up. We have really high SOL, courtesy of some stuff. German tanks had proper guns. The USSR ones didn't fire properly. Yep. A lot of the USSR's involvement in World War I or World War II was a little underprepared, let's say. Well, the Germans were really prepared, but that's kind of how it goes when you're the one who starts it, right? Jeez, we're just making so much money. Do we really just go up to max healthcare? Maybe. Alright, we're gonna 51 some of these bezos. We're just looking to get a lot more of this stuff. There we go. Although I'm not, as far as like military like planes and tanks and like knowing about these sort of things goes, I'm not the guy. You know, I know there's a lot of people who are like super World War 1 and 2 like buffs that know considerably more than me. The USSR didn't expect their allies to attack them. Rookie mistake. Also, Stalin was generally very paranoid, so that he didn't expect it to some degree is also... Well, maybe it's not crazy, but surely we can move this guy to this front. Oh, this is a mess here. India's always a mess with the way fronts, like, happen. I wish you could just assign guys to theaters. This would be a dramatic improvement on the game. We could also annex Canada at some point for more oil, but this seems getting off track. This taking of Beijing and Shaanxi was also maybe a little off track. But this population migration to the rest of our country is so nice. We could actually incorporate Beijing at this point because they're not gonna ever finish incorporating. And this way we start to get some of the benefits of our institutions in Beijing, but they'll never finish incorporating. The reason we're not incorporating is because we want the 10% throughput on the authority and the legitimacy. It's the main thing. How close are these guys to just saying, you know what, you can have it all? Not very. Alright, we'll just give them some time. They'll get there eventually. Black gold, black money, you're telling me. Alright. We could also go, change up the government a little bit. I was thinking of going oligarchy. Let's actually just mess around with that. It's funny that our trade unionist doesn't like it because I think he's a radical. Or she, sorry. She. We got a couple anarchists too. We could go anarchy. It's just bad, but we could do it. No, we're gonna go oligarchy. Hopefully that we could stay cooperative ownership on oligarchy. We don't want to go we don't want to go command economy because it's bad once your GDP is big. Which our GDP is kind of big. Oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to switch this to tea or just push the sugar more. I mean, sugar is like one of the inputs on the grocers, right? But the problem is I think we're going to be gated by fish more than anything. Let's just take a look at the price of fish. Oh, fish isn't even expensive. The oil is expensive on the vacuum canning. You can switch to regular canneries. How'd this happen? Catastrophe. Whoop, lag. Alright. So let's come in here and let's take a look at... Oh, do we really not have? Rip the dream. We're encouraging manufacturing here. We don't even have everything all built up, but there is the food industry. So if we just switch to regular canneries, we probably make more because it just nukes the oil consumption. And it also consumes less fish. Should we just swap everything back to regular canneries? Because we are having oil problems. And it produces less groceries, but it uses up more grain and less fish. which right now fish is going to be the throttle. So let's actually switch back to regular canneries. The price of progress isn't... So now groceries should be pretty expensive, but we can fix that. Oh boy, can we fix that. Alright. Something like this. And that also helps to solve the oil problem. Yeah, we're having the same problem Hitler had. We need more oil. Hopefully this little intrusion does not mess up our lettering too much. The thing we really care about. Priorities. Man, people don't like the endgame. Less people here with each episode. Yeah, people definitely do not like the endgame, but I don't blame them. Look how slow this is going. And it's on speed 5. It's 100% a speed thing. Because, like, if I record at speed 3 or 4 at the beginning, like, I get way less engagement on my videos. People just love the speed 5. And then I make a ton of mistakes, and then people are in the comments being like, you suck at this game. It's like, please, no. Not the judgment. Anything but that. But also, like, I don't know. If I suck at this game, then I'm uncertain who's good at the game. Maybe one proud Bavarian? I don't know. I don't watch enough of his stuff to, like, have a good idea of what he looks like, other than, like, hearing what people tell me. Most of my understanding of his content is secondhand. I consumed a lot of his stuff, like, right before the release. Any fun modes out there? What do you mean by modes? You mean, like, mods? Not that I'm aware of. I tried, like, one mod and I thought it really sucked. And that was kind of my experience. We're just not going to concern ourselves with getting landed. We're just going to try and get that front. Alright. So, oh baby, that's a nice looking Byzantium. And then hopefully once we annex them, it'll be even better looking, but that's real nice. That's so much better. Alright, let's use the buttons. And then let's come in here and annex subject them. Or do we want to go after Wallachia next? I think we want to go after these guys because they are currently not, like, revving or doing something weird. Hopefully France doesn't join. We actually prefer that they didn't, but... just the one army should be more than enough, and then we'll also come in with the resources. We'll put those at the front, because we are having oil problems. If you're having oil problems, I feel bad for you, son. They rivaled us. Oh no. Big name, big name, big name. You were here. Yes, you were here for the biggest nameless. Byzantium. You love to see it. My name is Biggest Dickus. I love that scene. We're also about to go oligarchy. But, like, we just need it a little higher up, right? Like, nah. Which I think we'll get once we annex Spain and Serbia. Like, I think it'll just be absolutely perfectly placed. You know, if we conquered all of Europe, it would not be better placed. So we have to subjugate them instead. But, excited to see who else will be fighting here, because I'm assuming it will not just be Wallachia. We also might pick up, you know, a little bit of this here. Like, if Germany joins, we'll probably look to pick up Northern Transylvania and Moldova. But, we'll see if they join or not. Our queue is, of course, relentlessly on ticking. It never stops, the queue. Alright, so I'm not even sure... well, here we'll just specialize cotton, because I think it's best. Because we're already so close, but... like, here we might push... well, we could push tea, though. Our people want only one thing, and it's fucking tea. Yeah, let's push the tea. Ooh, tea girl. Hopefully they don't rev because I fired a bunch of people. They sometimes do that. You hate to see it, but it sometimes happens. Do any of you guys who are watching here watch stuff on Twitch? Or is it just YouTube? We get oligarchy. And it forces appointed bureaucrats, which does this to us. Yikes. 15% tax waste. You love to see it. Alright. I forgot that it would also force that. But this isn't too big of a problem, especially because we want to stimmy the economy anyways. We're just going to 51 some places. Now, we're going to use the Alt button. That way it goes to the front of the queue. So we need 23. And this should be more than enough. But we definitely want a 51 in the future capital. So, we are getting enough migration, followed by... I'm not sure if this will ever flip. My understanding is if we get more Greeks here than Italians, it flips, but I'm not 100% sure in this. But the combination of assimilation and migration, you know, because all the Han pops come here, and then they switch to Greek pops, we might be able to get this to be Greek, in which case we could even move the capital to Rome, which was, like, big excite. Their Twitch streamer that only played 1.0 version, he learned every mechanic in the game, he played good, but then he quit as soon as 1.1 beta came out. There was a Twitch streamer. Yeah, I looked at Twitch for Victoria 3 and it was super dead. But I also, like, people have told me I should do Twitch, but then, like, it's also, like, more inconvenient. And then if I upload VODs, they'll be, like, with all the regular videos, and I kind of don't want that. Christian Jesus says, just YouTube. You fuck with Twitch, you have the Zillennial brain. You watch 90% Twitch. Maybe I should be on Twitch then instead. Half the stream was teaching people game mechanics. Looks like no one's joining. Awkward for them. It's probably unnecessary to bring this guy into it, but we will. Pretty sure we're just gonna win these. Because I've been debating whether or not I should do Twitch, because I don't want to have to set everything up on Twitch and then, like, have it be... I would definitely want a little bit more. I mean, maybe I could do it for 1.3. Maybe this is an idea. I think people have generally preferred videos, though. I was also thinking maybe I could do the Algeria run for 1.3 on stream and maybe do that on Twitch. I think this is probably a poll I should run. But YouTube is fine as well. Yeah. I mean, I could just try it out, but we have enough authority for another edict, because our guy, we have this absolute bussin' guy, who gives us minus 75, or he gives us the 25% off. He is our favorite leader. Poor Serbia. What a time to be a Serb. Some say it's easier to grow a channel on YouTube. Yeah, that's my understanding as well, but if I was on Twitch, I would be the #1. Because nobody's streaming Victoria. I think it's hard to grow on Twitch because you have to be #1 in your category to, like, really, like, gain a lot of traction, but I think I could get maybe not on release of 1.3, I don't know. Maybe too many people will be streaming it then. Starting to watch more YouTube streaming now as well as people are switching over. Also super convenient to have the VODs on YouTube with your other video content. That's, like, the biggest one for me. I would have to upload, like, the VODs, and also, if I upload the VODs, they would be in video form, so they would get intermixed with, like, my non-streaming stuff, which I would generally prefer not. Like, if I could upload the VODs as streams, like from Twitch, which obviously YouTube would never facilitate that type of thing, because it's like, it wouldn't make sense for them. But if I could do that, then that would make sense. More sense, but hopefully we just occupy them in one go. But yeah, I wish I understood the whole, like, what's best a little bit better. We could go command economy. I just think it blows. I mean, I'm actually overwhelmingly confident that it blows. Pretty sure oligarchy is also pretty medium. Oh, that's why we have the extra authority, but it's not even that much. Weren't we supposed to get a ton? I guess we could go back to universal suffrage. God. We could also just go anarchy. That's the real anarchist play. Go from oligarchy to anarchy. Twitch is kind of not good due to the decrease of how much you gain if someone would sub and gift subs. But there's not even subs on YouTube. Although I could add, like, the sub type thing, but, like, I would have to, like, figure out some way to, like, reward the sub equivalent on YouTube. VODs get deleted if you get suspended. YouTube is better. YouTube, all the VODs will get deleted if you get nuked. Or I think they just get deactivated. Yeah, Haymaster Construction / Naval Warlord. That is a long name. How's it going? Yeah. I mean, like, the trajectory for Twitch looks negative as well, so, like, maybe it's just not worth porting over, because I think Twitch is eventually going to get eviscerated by YouTube. Starting to watch more YouTube. Okay. Actually, there's a streamer who's doing weekly Victoria 3 games that has around 100 views. Really? When does he stream? Or she? You can also add a video on YouTube that says you're streaming on Twitch. Yeah, I could do that, but people won't necessarily all see it, because the engagement on such a video would probably be really low, right? I imagine. I could also just say in, like, all my videos that I'm doing it, though, right? So... I think we'll just switch these over to millet. Millet's pretty good as far as grain goes. And then I think we'll just continue pushing the groceries, because I think they should... Yeah, they're all earning a bunch now, because we swapped. Okay, big brain. I love it when I feel like my brain's big. Which, like, often with this game is not the case. I felt really good, like, I think the episode just got published of in the India run, or the Punjab Sikh Empire run, where, what happened is, like, I recruited a general just as I was getting double landed, and I felt like the smartest person in the world. So that way, we could prevent the double landing from, like, taking effect. I was like, yeah, I'm so good at this. Alright, we gotta hit the buttons for them as well. Incorporate. Not that it matters, but, like, nothing matters, so what are you gonna do? Oh, we have so much unused stuff. And we, of course, also gotta come in here, look at the development, and, of course, activate that. Oh, we didn't even have Dreadnought active? Rip the dream. Not that it, like, matters at all, but... I guess we'll probably want a little bit more guys on these fronts. We'll bring the China guys over. Nile, we'll send them there. Oh, it's all one front. This being one front is stupid as hell. Like, how does this be one front? We should screen this. It's stupid. Yeah, that's, like, so nuts. Girl Paradox streamer, Keck W. Yeah, basically. Is there a Paradox community on Twitch at all? Dude, I don't know. I don't, sounds like a menace. Alright, we'll hear what they have to say. Saturday, Sunday, he is German, though. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna... I'm not gonna watch... Well, actually, I mean, I speak a little German, probably not enough to follow what's going on in a way. It's your Minecraft name, and you had a name for a game called World of Warships. My English personality on the internet, I call myself Neville Warlord. Since I react on it, and it is not as common, I think that makes sense for having multiples. Congrats on the Seek run. It's still too hard for me to finish it. Thank you. You just have to, like... I think, like, often people ask, like, oh, what am I doing wrong here? And the answer, almost universally, is not enough construction. You just need more construction. We're not even using all of our construction here. We probably should be. Shame on us. Let's just blast. And we're trying to build up Lazio because we are trying to get enough migration there that we can make it be... Whoa. This is a lot of infrastructure problems. If you're having infrastructure problems, I feel bad for you, son. You're probably living in this country. You have to go back to... One thing I don't like about Council Republic is you have to go back to playing Whack-A-Mole. Also, you kind of are into architecture and building and construction planning as a whole. Good evening, Michael. How's it going? I assume that's Michael? There's no E. But then it's, Mosaic. It's hard to know what to build sometimes. When in doubt, just more construction. Just build more construction centers. No, I definitely get it. Because, like, keeping this 14k going is, like, super, like... not the bee's knees, let's say. I think we want to push opium in here too. Man, these rice farms are so profitable right now, though. Because we increased the demand for grain by a lot. I mean, I think we still have a ton of unemployment, so... Yeah. Maybe we just push the rice farms a little? Nobody joined, right? Yeah. But yeah, guys, this is one front. One front. One front. That's not gonna do it for me. If you want peace, prepare for war. Yeah. Definitely. I think we could also build T over here. Well, I think this has been bugged out for forever now. Nope. Okay. That wasn't supposed to delete it, but sure. Yeah. Battleship's completed. Alright, let's put in some landings as well. Andreas Grigoris. Oop, didn't mean to send one that was kind of doing stuff. We'll also just send kind of the rest of them out there. Something like that should work. Pretty comfortable. I think we'll go for prestige. I guess we'll go for tech. We can't go for prestige. Modern battle fleet tactics. I think actually we would rather have aircraft carrier, but let's just do this. We probably should go chemical warfare just to go a little bit faster and to increase consumption of goods. Except for it does use oil. That is something we don't have a lot of. I hate how this is like bugged out in a bunch of places right now. I actually cannot build in all these spots. It's just behaving funnily. Let's take a look at Normandy and what you're getting. It's mainly grain. I guess we'll let that keep being mainly grain. Let's look at the Sahara. Let's just add 10 here. Yeah. We love to see it. Alright, let's also look. Rhone we took over. And they can go silk. I guess we're definitely not going livestock here. I mean, I think we're supposed to go all silk, because this is what we have a lot of. It just feels bad because it's not the most profitable, but... we also don't want to cause a revolution there, so we'll actually kind of chill out. Just a little bit of chill vibes. I think people... It looks like my viewership's starting to uptick a little bit, though. In regards to, I think people are getting ready for 1.3. We're probably gonna get the patch notes tomorrow. Gonna do a video on that. The main reason for wanting to stream this today is I actually wanted to, onto some tutorials, have the big Byzantium. And so, rather than doing this Saturday, doing it now. Some mass migration and a bunch of these landings coming in. Yeah, just getting wrecked. I think we'll move some of these smaller guys over in case fronts split funny. We have more military than we know what to do with. Is there a mod that shows labor shortage on a province in the building menu? There probably... Well... I do not know. That would be super convenient, though. Like, I think we have a labor shortage here. Not very big one, though. So we'll do some of this action. Because this is our power hub. This is what we're about here, yo. Gonna just keep building tall in Lazio as well. Kind of want to actually, I think I'm going to nuke all of the agriculture here just to increase the migration attraction. I think this will be good. People can find other jobs too. There's like plenty of employment here, but just nuke all of that. Oh, did I nuke it in the wrong place? No, I didn't. Okay. Because they can just get employed here. We could actually even subsidize this if we wanted. Just a little bit of a stimmy action. Let's do that. But now, if we come on over, now it'll be a little bit higher from the unused arable land. I guess we need more sugar, though. Like, a lot more sugar. So... just looking for places where we can fix the throughput bonus to get a lot of sugar from. Yeah, like this one. God, it pains me to delete some of these tea things, but... this is the way. I think that'll be good. Can you just ignore qualifications and build and still build buildings just fine? We don't discriminate anymore, so qualifications aren't really much of an issue. You generally, qualifications are more of a problem if you're like playing as someone like the Dutch East Indies start or like Transvaal. They can be a bit of a problem, but like if you don't discriminate and your SOL is above 12, generally qualifications stop being a problem. You love seeing a sneak peek on the campaigns via tutorials. Argentina Victoria 3 stream, Omegalol. Yeah, I do try and give like a little bit away, but not too much ahead of schedule. Like, it's only gonna be like another like 5 or 6 days before the India thing comes through, and I did one with India. Of course, this is like all happening on the live stream, so it's not gonna be, nothing's being spoiled by the fact that we're gonna have tutorials with Byzantium. Maybe we're supposed to go here on the sugar? So here I think we go in on the tea. Ooh, girl, tea. I mean, we're having sugar problems, right? But we're solving in some of them? Yeah, not really. And that is going to be a big source of, let's just take a look. Groceries probably just aren't even expensive enough. Look at how cheap liquor is. You love to see it. We are paying out the ass for this to be subsidized. I think that's fine, though. That'll increase SOL. In a way that, like, we're also subsidizing services in Lazio. So, like, wages in Lazio are probably insane. We're subsidizing services. Oh, they're not even at minus 75% anymore. We could subsidize in a couple more places. The services. Alternate reality game. I would just never omega lol the Argentinian gigachads. Argentine. I was thinking of doing an Argentina. What is this? This is double rev? I haven't seen this since like 1.0. The rev within a rev. It's been a hot minute. We're gonna screenshot this. It's kind of neat. When did we get this? Netherlands? Okay. Are you... Do you give up? No, not yet. Soon. That's probably why we'll go after Bosnia next, because they keep revving, and we do not want to catch them mid-rev. That'll be super frustrating if that bricks, like, our, big Byzantium look. Hey, yo, girl, you looking thick? We could also take this from Great Britain. That seems like pretty annoying one to have to go through to take. Is France a GP still? Wild. That they're probably going to be a major power. That's so unfortunate. Brazil's no longer a GP. They were a GP for a while. We could side with the Afro-Brazilian uprising. I don't think this is worth. I think we're about big names only. Byzantium across. Big letters. Don't talk about it, be about it. You know what I mean? Here we might just do millet. Millet also notably is giving us sugar, so that's probably one of the reasons it looks very profitable as well. Like, yeah. Sugar and grain, which, so does this here with the rice. So I guess we'll just keep pushing rice here, because we don't have a lot of places that can do rice. I think Shaanxi can. Shaanxi's bugged out, though. It's been trying to build these last 43 for forever. But I think if we take one down, what happens? Nothing. Cool. Super cool. Have you done a Manifest Mexico game? Yes, I've done it. I did it on stream. All this talk about playing USA for 1.3 makes me want to see the Zapatista flag over Florida. I have done Manifest Mexico already. I think I could show my achievements. I haven't really been achievement hunting too much. I don't know why this is not... Oh, not possible for the current campaign. Okay, so this is showing all the ones I've gotten. Where is Manifest Mexico? Yep. Have gotten it. Not possible in this campaign, though. Not possible as Byzantium. I always do love me a good unmanifesting the US's destiny, though, where you take all their coastal cities. Obviously, I didn't do that in this run. This run's been a little bit more targeted. No! No, what have we done? Our Byzantium looks worse now. What have we done? Oh, this is terrible. No. It looks worse. Why does it look worse? We got more. It's this, we need that. Oh, God. I guess we're gonna go after Switzerland now. Jesus. This is the worst. I hate this game. We're just trying to get big Byzantium, okay? I guess we'll just activate all the conscripts just to stimulate the economy. Also, we need to do the incorporation thing. Oh, I forgot we just took a bunch of territory. Okay, got it. In my head, we just took Wallachia, but this is more than just Wallachia. Where's this, though? Where else did we take? Oh, this. Puerto Rico, Canary Islands. Gujarat, sure. Okay, now everything should be, yeah, perfect. Make sure we're all on subsidies, yay. And we'll come in and expand the resources. And we'll play whack-a-mole. Scamzantium. Basically, I was promised a bigger name, and all I got with this stupid Byzantium here. Just take more east and north. Yeah, I mean, but we gotta wait for this rev to finish first. The rev is painfully making the name move away. Yeah, just like awkward shuffling to the side of the room. We also gotta fix all the agriculture in these places, but we don't want to fire people, because then we'll get a rev. We discover that the hard way. But we really want to. Oh well. Puerto Rico is the true successor of, yep. No one else has the rightful claim of Puerto Rico. We gotta watch this to see if anyone joins. I mean, I don't think we want to take more Russian land, is the thing, because we don't want to get an awkward... Actually, well, Byzantium up through Russia wouldn't be too bad, and, more importantly, we really would love to take Perm-Ural, Uralisk. One of these guys, I forget all the ones that have like 50 oil. Might be Kazan, might be one of them. This one might be one of them. We could also just go for a nicer looking border. Scam Byzantium though. I'm gonna be so triggered if we don't get a bigger looking name at the end of this. Cause I did not take a save. We do not have the good looking Byzantium. Oh my god, that'll be tragic. Poor Bosnia, though. Or Serbia. Or is this Serbia and Bosnia? How to make chat triggered. Incorrectly refer to the Balkan states. Why don't we just make this primary? Just in case. I haven't seen guys back down in a hot minute, but... Also, it's like bugged, where if you go to annex everything, they never back down. That's like, it shouldn't work that way. Poor France. Ruler and chairwoman, the trade used anarchists. We have so many communists this run. But not Russia. I think Great Britain's also commie. Oh, maybe not. They still have HM's government. Alright, let's try and fix some infrastructure problems in our city. Or a city, in our country. And like, oh, so we just should be keeping construction going, because it's like, even if we're deleting and rebuilding stuff. Mass migration. Toledo, Tomato. I think we already had Valencia. They do have rice, though. We'll just do some of that action. We'll come back into Gujarat and add more rice farms, which are very profitable at this point, because everything is expensive of this. We figured out the tech. I, like, haven't done this before, but, like, in retrospect, I guess I should have been doing it every time. Switching back to canneries once you get the late grain, expensive grain, or, sorry, super cheap grain situation, and you just build more food industries with the grain. So this is the way, I guess. I wish this agriculture wasn't bugged out, but I kind of don't want to go into the thing to fix it. I guess maybe if I nuke some of these, will this fix? Perhaps. We'll see, I guess. Like, this is bugged out. Why don't we... This has been like 4 weeks for forever, right? Ugh. Alright, we get our war with Switzerland. Serbia's having a rough time here. We're actually going to take a screenshot. I think that one's funny. Just the isolated Serbia. It's like, well, this is awkward. Guess we can put another guy on this front to get it to the full hundo. It's probably going to take a while, actually, to do this war. God. It's so terrible how this happened. It just doesn't like Serbia, I think. My kingdom for the money shot. And by money shot, I mean screenshot. So here we should definitely switch to all sugar. See, we kind of got that there. Livestock there. Livestock only. Oh my god, there's exactly 20 of each. I think we just nuked the dyes, though. Go full opium. And then I guess we could make more dyes as well. Yeah, the earnings aren't too bad on this place, so we'll just look for places that have a lot of people. Although I think that we're starting to get... I haven't checked market prices in forever. Let's just take a look. Oil's expensive. All the luxury stuff's expensive. Lead and iron aren't even that expensive. Although, like, we have a really high SOL, which is driving all the luxuries to be expensive. Sulfur's not too bad. I guess, like, yeah, we could just keep building a lot of these synth plants. Probably pretty profitably. And huge unemployment. I think which is partially driven by the fact that we have so much welfare. Whatever. Everyone's a radical. I guess we could switch back to census suffrage. I mean, we're not even fully legitimate anymore. This is terrible. Oh, we could just do one of these. Do this. Or maybe not, I guess? Thought we clicked confirm. Okay. Game being weird. Confirmed. Just move a little bit more. Takes forever to push through. Look at that, they're taking like single-digit casualties. God. If only there was like a big bomb we could just drop. Just take all of it. Fake news. What's fake? Says Turkey, the most strong country. Where'd Turkey go? Maybe you need to save and reload to fix the bugs we have. We have had these bugs for several episodes now, unfortunately. The game doesn't like it when you get like 15k construction. The game starts getting mad at you. Or at least the Beijing one. They seem to become more and more. Yeah, it's just as you get to late game. Late game performance of this game is booty. Although maybe I shouldn't talk too much smack. It's like, I think we come off the dice here, actually. And we push... Why is coffee... Well, I guess we'll just push coffee. Coffee's more profitable looking than tea. Oh, it's probably just because of the throughput. Our people are obsessed with tea. Our people want one thing and it's tea. Yes! Queen, spill the tea. Alright, we're gonna go after Serbia next and try and fix our name. Try to clear our name. Turkey. Turkey is fake. Turkey, the most strong country. These one-word cryptic... Okay, here we go. Ottoman Empire #1. This is the Ottoman Empire, it's not Turkey. Or sorry, it's not Byzantium, it's the Ottomans. I regret to inform you there's only one country left in the or there's only two countries in the Balkans, and it's Serbia and Byzantium. It's like Big Brother and... Actually, we're gonna take this screenshot here. I think Ottomans are super fun to play in this game, though. Like, I think playing the GPs is not as fun, especially once you, like, know what you're doing a little bit. I think they're probably good for learning, but, like, you can just steamroll pretty effectively. Will these guys take an annex? No, they won't even take a white piece. They're mad. In another episode of I wish once you full annex, you could just get your stuff. Just do some of that. How much are we paying in welfare? It's probably so much. 3 million. That's not even that bad. Look at this. These are so cheap. I don't think we can export anything to anyone, though. We would love to export clothes. Well, we're gonna export as much as we can, then. And furniture. Because our people have a high enough SOL that they're mainly consuming luxuries. So... Loving your Brazil series. As a Brazilian, it's really cool to see Chad Brazil dominating everything. You know what? There's an episode coming up where we get big sad. I think it's the 9th episode. Where I bite off more than I can chew and just have a really frustrating experience with the war. And then that's kind of where we left the episode off on. But it is fun to be playing in South America. I definitely made a mistake. Someone informed me that if you take Bolivia, they have Peru as a subject, and it's like just like way less infamy, and that probably should be the first war as Brazil. Like in retrospect, will these guys give it up yet? No, but almost. I'm gonna be so sad if it's just Byzantium in the corner here when we have this. My kingdom for Monday. Monday's coming up, though. Soon. Are the rice farms still crushing it? Looks like they kind of are. I guess we'll finish building this place out with more rice farms. And delete some of these and more rice. Just all rice here in Gujarat. I think in theory we probably should annex the East India Company right now, but theory is practice in theory, but not in practice, you know what I mean? I don't. Okay. Please move the Byzant. Nope. Alright. My kingdom for good Byzantium letters, but nope. You just can't have anything nice. This is why we can't have nice things. It's like the... Honey, we have the Byzantium lettering at home, and this is the Byzantium lettering at home. Byzantium name over Tunis is just one FU to Carthage. Now I'm even more sad. Tragic. The truth hurts. Carthage is my favorite. I need to do another Tunis run. That was the very first run. Oh, we could increase gov wages? Let's go, baby. Small brain hour over here. That's right. Gotta make sure all of these are... Actually, let's just put them all on automatic expansion. I think they don't like to expand unless they're low, and then we kind of just want these guys expanding anyways. I think we're just gonna put everything on automatic expansion as well. Really just want the queue to kind of build as much as possible. Really don't care what it's building either. Do not care. Oop, we hit a forbidden... Nope, we didn't hit the forbidden button. This is the forbidden button. This is how we collapse the economy. We don't click that button. We clicked that button last episode. And we discovered why it was forbidden. The verboten button. If this doesn't fix this, I'm going to be so sad. And we'll have to go back to the drawing board to figure out... Let's see how the progress on Lazio is going, though. Alright, we're going to add another 10 railways here. Or another, like, 30 railways. Yeah. And then, I think we're going to add more subsidized food. No. Should we add more subsidized food industries? I mean, we can't even employ anything we got. And this, like, the migration you get from unemployment is capped at +10. So we're getting arable land, unemployment, but we're also getting... Maybe we just subsidize everything to just blast the standard of living into the outer space? Is that the way? Is this the way we do it? Surely not everything. Power plants are really productive, though. Those are full employment. But we could just blast this. I think this will increase. That's a problem. Did anyone join? Nope. This is the most haphazard, like, expansion ever. And we're just 51ing here, so we don't have to deal with the problems. Of course, I can't do math, so that's not ideal. You'd love a Tunis game or a Central America run? I did, like, the beginning of a Central America run on something, but it was rough. We don't even have the Mosque of Jinnah in this run. I forgot that we don't have it. I was like, why is our literacy so low with such a high SOL? No Mosque of Jinnah. Oh, we acquired some Swiss land, that's right. My kingdom for more mines. Super nice. I think the wood's kind of the thing we need most, though. Out of this. Well, oil is, but You're terrified. Please just give in. That there's like never back down to me is a little bit wild. What about Mongolian run? Rebuilding the Mongol Empire? I think if I play in that region, I'm going to play Uyghurstan. I've had someone request Uyghurstan. Hello you together and good evening from Germany. Hey, how's it going? My German escapes me. How did Hanover? Oh, they're American. That's cursed. Speaking of Germany, you like this dad bod Germany? Peak Germany. Frankfurt. Independent. You'll love to see it. If this doesn't fix the lettering, we will have to figure something else out. Because this is what it's about here. I hope you guys are hyped, because this is supposed to be the last war we do to get the really nice lettering. I suppose we could play and also subjugate France. They should be... Are they really not going to go to minor power? No, they're not. They have too much military built up. This is like super like stupid how they have military built up not where they have market access, so other than here, and they aren't getting all the PMs, but they contribute fully. So like this barracks here, even though it's running a shortage on everything, contributes fully to military power projection, which affects prestige. And so even though these barracks have no equipment, they're doing their thing, you know what I mean? So let's give the people tanks. Give the people what they want. Militia definitely need the tanks. Alright, we can get some technology, but to what end? I guess arc welding. Full send it. Actually dough rollers would probably be good. Or flash freezing is probably the best here, but then dough rollers, I don't know. What's spreading? Probably nothing. Yep. The useless universities. Your region is still independent? What region in Germany are you from? And we don't use the language independent. We use not a part of the dad bod. Alright, we'll take the power projection, I guess. Or I guess chat could guess where you're from. Chat, where is he from? Of all the independent states in Germany. Cloudy Crew Kyle says, hey man, good to see you again. Turning in from work? Don't tell anyone. Oop, I won't. Trying to decide who to play after you get home after wrapping up the last Dakota run where you conquered all of Africa. Suggestions? You gotta give me some sort of hints or parameters to give a suggestion. Like how many runs you've done, what type of run you're looking for. You know, do you like playing high or low infamy? Oh, you know what run I wish I had time to do but didn't? Someone suggested a meme run where you conquer every place that has a dam. And the funniest nation to do that with would be Damagram. So you could do that if you want a bit of a challenge before 1.3 drops, because after 1.3 Damagram is going to be no more. It's going to be eliminated. It's going to be absorbed by like 2 other countries. Like Bornu is going to have, I think, if I recall correctly, but that would just be like another run in the exact same region you just ran. So like maybe this isn't the way. Really wish you could just when you full occupy someone, you could just annex them. Haiti's great. You can incorporate basically everything. Yeah, same with like Mosquito Kingdom, right? And then you need pan-nationalism. You could also get a mod. I've been meaning to do... I want to do a mod where you can form Carthage and start out as Tunis and form Carthage. Your state in Brazil is not even in the game. They just merged it with Rio. Rip the dream. Yeah, but they'll merge Brazilian states, but somehow the game thought it was appropriate to have District of Columbia separate from Maryland. They should just merge these two. It causes problems, because you can never get employment in the District of Columbia, because you have like the one maize farm and you don't have enough attraction, and so you have this absolute caked up bonus from the White House, but you can't build the government administrations high. It's pretty annoying. Will you throw in the towel yet? No. Guess not. So, let's see what's profitable even. Or I guess they will? What the hell? They were like minus 120. It's just like a light switch. Alright, moment of truth. Nope, we got stupid looking Byzantium. Holy shit. What are we supposed to do? Alright. Okay. Try not to cry. Cry a lot. This is so sad. We just wanted a good-looking Byzantium, and we get this. We get this? Why do we have this? Is it because we have France? Is it because we have this stuff? Oh. We're gonna try to fix it. We're gonna try and fix it. Also gonna put in taking Hijaz. Probably make that primary. We don't need to take Hijazi Yemen though. Wait, do we have any borders with the USA? Not really. Alright. Something like that, I don't know. If only we could have declared on Hijaz instead, but we had good relations. Oh, we could have expelled diplomat, declared on them. That way it would be possible to back down. Canada's a dominion, interesting. So I guess we're just gonna go for the usual New York, trying to head towards Illinois. So New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky. Probably. Alright, let's see what we got in terms of Navy. Kidding. Mara. Where is Mara even? Oh, it's there. Oh, we can't take Nejd either. I think that would help what we're doing. God. Terrible with this name. Alright. Try not to cry. Cry a lot. What's the current goal for this run? The current goal is to get a Byzantium that stretches aesthetically over the Mediterranean at this point. We can't do it. We're really sad about it. I'm at about 800 hours of playtime, and I truly like the low infamy runs where I don't break 100 infamy, but I can still paint the map. Netherlands, maybe? Would be fun and challenging. It's the name wars, yep. Everyone remembers the name wars. great name wars. We'll see. So Russia's the one we're thinking about trying to take this type of dirt from. Like all here maybe will kind of fix the name to go stretch a little far over this way. I guess maybe we just need to push up Germany. We're running out of time too. This is also not ideal. God, we really needed to get the Hejaz War would have actually been really preferable. Alright. Going after New York. Was it New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky is the one? Let's go New York, Pennsylvania, see if anyone else joins. I guess we'll load if Russia joins at this point, but like... What's up with the clear anti-American bias? We should have the Mall of America as the third wonder, basically. They just hate America. I mean, a more serious like answer to the inquiry, which is not what you're looking for. I think that a lot of people who work at Paradox are American, it seems like. Or they have American accents. A lot of the... So... It's Kentucky? Yeah. Alright, now we're good. We'll just land with the rest of them over here. Actually, we probably want to land on each side of the U.S. Certainly got enough boys to do it. We'll keep this guy. No, we'll keep Andreas Grigorou at home. Land with everyone else. Jeez, thank you for the oil. Oh, we got Serbia too. Did we not incorporate and do the things? That should help him out. Guess we'll delete these. Build up these. Something like that. Oh, this is gonna be so tragic if we can't get this done. I think Germany's the next war in Moldova. Do you guys have... No, you're just your own thing. Damn. If they were truly American, then Reno, Nevada would be a wonder. It's the biggest little city. Littlest big city. I guess we subjugate France. We could also take this off of Great Britain. I don't think that'll do the trick. I wonder if moving the capital to Lazio is going to make a difference. We've been trying to push up the Greek pop high enough that we can move the capital there. I think that's how that works. I'm not 100% sure. We could also push the power plants a little bit. These are super profitable, so let's push those. That should push up the standard of living. And what are we doing with our lives here? Obviously, we should have... you know, way more power. Although New York's about to be better. The Gujarat pipeline? Sure. Map painting on low infamy is hard in Europe. Maybe go full USSR then? Map painting on low infamy? No, but you paint by pulling people into your market, and like Netherlands is themey because of they were the market of the world for like 20 years or whatever. EU4 time, but like... Or that's what I was thinking. Also, not very many countries you get to paint the map orange, so orange is a bit of a unique looking color. But you're not map painting through Conquest. You also start out with like good tech, so you can probably force people out of the Congo yourself, and with like malaria prevention push ahead of time. Something like this. Alright. We get our war. So the first one we're gonna land is this guy. Then we're gonna land a big guy over here, Macreos, in California. And we of course have multiple of everyone, because everyone just has the same name for us. And then we'll just kind of alternate. Xenon. Merculus is there for whatever. Actually, we won't alternate, I lied, because that's more scrolling and such. So we'll send Xenon here as well. But it's this Xenon, not the other Xenon, and Petros something. And I guess we'll land with some smaller guys too. Hopefully that doesn't break fronts in a weird way. I guess we don't have anyone there now. But I think we win these either way. So, hopefully the map looks better. Otherwise we'll just have to take all this off Germany, I guess. Just completely straight across, right? There's just a little too much weight from Mauritania. Maybe we could also release people. Release some countries to make it work. I'm not sure. Oh well. We're gonna take a look through our industries and look to 51 some stuff. Because this is the name of the game. Geez, nothing's even remotely close to a 51. Alright. Here we get some close-ish. Not really. I think these will have some, maybe? Not very profitable, though. These are profitable, but of course we want most of our power to be not here. Also not sweating getting exactsies on any of this. It looks like all these +1s are probably bugged. That's grim. Because I think they've been there a while. Exciting to see clothes still looking like they're making some sort of profit. Glassworks is looking pretty good, but that's just because we filled out the queue, and the queue is kind of idling a lot more than we would like. Yeah, these are not very profitable at all, especially with the subsidized one in the capital. The heavily subsidized. Alright. So landings haven't taken yet, but we do have these battles, which looks like, yeah, we are ahead on PMs relative to them. Losing 1.8 mil. Very nice. Finally got the construction queue all filled out. Also nice. It's been a hot minute since we could do that. And the landings are coming in. I don't know why it's just one we're seeing. Alright. Looks like we're getting both these landings in. Hopefully. That'll be nice. Where's this guy? Alright, we're gonna move him over here. I guess we could have taken that from the USA, but probably not worth. Yeah, but the idea of map painting in Europe is you would do it, oh, Ace, if you're still here, There is, and you want a really big challenge. One of these, like, Schleswig-Holstein or whatever, is both German and Scandinavian. So you could just, I think you can expand into the German miners using the German, like, type of, thing, and just not form the North German Fed. Maybe this isn't possible. And then form Scandinavia instead, and just have this mega thing that you can get mostly diplomatically. I don't know if you're still in here, but, or if that even works. But if it does work, that was maybe an idea. Are they really going to be able to repel everything? GG. Rip when you don't do enough landings in one spot. Rip the dream. Dream Arena is crushed, along with our dreams of a Chad. Letter Byzantium. God. We just want it to go more this way. So I guess it's Germany and Russia we have to go after. Except we don't have time. I wish we had more time. Might even be able to push a 5 billion GDP. Someone GDP shamed me the other day. On one of my screenshots, I was like, aw. Yeah, we're just gonna have a bunch of failed landings. Jesus, we should just all landed all in here. Are any of these looking good? Oh, I guess this one looks okay. That's what we get for spreading out our landings. We don't get to pass through their front. They don't have a large enough infrastructure. Of course, actually, maybe it's actually a mistake to land District of Columbia since they have super small combat width. We actually can't tie up their entire army in one thing. We should have landed Maryland, I guess. But here, we might, once we start recovering from insufficient support and the naval landing penalty, we maybe could get through here because we have so many more guys. Probably not, though. God. Pain. Are we really discovering rubber? Alright. A little late, but okay. I don't know why this came this late, though. I don't know what this is about. But I'm for it. They should all hit at the same time. Maybe the game's just being buggy and doesn't know what's going on. This is my head cannon. Alright. Where it doesn't have infrastructure. Something like this, probably okay. Hand assembly helps for GDP boost. Oh, that makes sense. Especially we have a lot of unemployed. I guess we could start winding these off. I know a lot of them are not that efficient, but we also... Let's start winding down to water tube. That's actually one of the better ones. We shouldn't have done that. Something like that. GDP crank up. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I mean, we do have quite a bit of unemployed here. Which is not something we can really fix, but... Alright, when we try again, we're going to try and land New York instead. These guys can maybe get in. These guys can't. These guys... Ooh, these guys are getting in. Hell yeah, brother. That's the new landing. Did we... How are we doing over here? Decent. Not really anything happening. We somehow get in here, so this guy we would have promoted, but we can't. Okay. But every guy who failed to land, we're gonna put in here. And we are gonna get our advanced battle, which means we will buy time for all these guys to get here to defend against their push. I think maybe we have enough guys close to the capital that we just move this guy and don't use him to defend anymore. And we instead use this to patrol coast here as a way to defend. Probably the next war to declare is Moldova, with the hopes that either Germany or Russia joins. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. So here we have a battle that we can't ooh, there's 2 battles now? No, one of these is our landing. But this is our push that we can't possibly get through, but it gives, you know, hopefully 40 days for these other guys to get here, so we don't just get ejected from the front promptly. I think one of these guys we can land on New York as well. Panotosos, maybe? With our 100 stack navy. Panotosos. We'll do that. I guess maybe we activate our conscripts too. They're not particularly expensive because we have a lot of unemployed. Something like that. Losing a ton of money, we love to see it. Let's check our prices. It's been a while. I'm also wondering where our coal price is at. We are running an oil shortage. Coal's not too bad. We did wind down some of the PMs we were using. I think we'll kick everything back to water tube. Not hyper ideal, but... And then we could probably swap all these to coal-fired. Substitution plus 1.8 milli. We'll see about that. It's probably going to make a lot of these places not profitable because there's too much electricity. That's not too depressed. I mean, it's sad, but it's not that depressed. But that should help to make other things more profitable. Oh my god, do we really? Okay. I thought for a second we didn't switch to electric engines, which would have been like a crime. No, we didn't switch to diesel engines. Oh, that's not ideal. We didn't have a lot of whaling stations. I guess we acquired those recently. Tractors are generally pretty efficient, so we're not going to swap off that. Great Qing is embargoing us? That's kind of annoying. We will move this guy over here. And we will keep this guy in the Balkans HQ. He's our Balkans defender. Let's take a look at our admirals. We do want a few of these guys defending convoys to here and here. Something like this should be good. Or kingdom for a good-looking Byzantium name. A lot of these guys are breaking free. Poor UK. No market access. Russia's doing something with China. I wish reverse sways were a thing. We could ask for some Russian dirt. Maybe? Dude, we just want that big Chad Byzantium. Wild that we're not crushing them here, though. Because how do they even have market access? Right? Oh, it's like... I guess we'll just land Hejaz, right? Weird. Weird. It's still cranking up. Let's take a look if we can move the capital to Lazio. So we're still primarily South Italian, but just barely. And so I think when this swaps, we can move the capital there because it'll be primarily Greek. Oop. No, not the game crash. Love to see the upper strata where they belong. Eat the rich. Okay, oh, we should use this tab instead. Yeah, so still South Italian, but like some of our provinces we've converted to Greek. You know, here, there, all that type of stuff. It's all Greek to me. Wow, we really got a split front here? Come on. Get there, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. Don't believe in these guys as much. And I can recruit some... Maybe I do want an Occitania unit? Or an Iberia unit? Just because if you got it, flaunt it, I guess. And then we could just do some of this. That should make the unit fairly developed. Just keeping the queue going. Pretty excited for patch 1.3. Gonna be doing a high infamy France run, which we haven't done a high infamy run really before. I think that this will, hopefully this landing on New York works. We'll see. I guess the Industrialists being happy would be actually kind of useful just for, yeah, we should have kept them happy for the minus tech cost. Because these guys are already super happy anyways. Rip the dream. Can't you take over more territory? I'm trying. We're trying to get the full Byzantium lettering going across the Mediterranean all nice like. And instead we have, you know, Mom, I want to get Byzantium. And then this is the Byzantium we have at home. Also, we're running out of time to take more territory. I think we're going to need to fight Russia for this, and Germany for this, and Moldova, and then hopefully Byzantium stretches. There is a fascist event chain, yeah. I haven't messed around with it too much, though. I got it when I was trying to go communist as the USA, and it was in patch 1.0 where it would bug and you could overflow approval, and so you could overflow both approval and clout, and we overflowed the trade unionist approval and clout, and so they went from being like 40% powerful or something and super happy with us to being uber pissed and zero clout, and the vacuum that was created like immediately triggered the fascist event chain, and we were forced into fascism instead of communism. It was big sad. Looks like we're gonna be wearing them down here though. Not very quickly, but it is what it is. I think in theory we're supposed to actually do a bunch more landings. Grim. Petros. Vur. Something. We'll just land him. Instead of sending him. Just look to open up another front. Oh, the USA really wants out. Well, once the USA leaves this and gives everything up. Once the USA capitulates, then it should be only take a few seconds to like finish up everything off. So that's good. This is probably going to finish a lot sooner than this looks like it's going to finish. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure we've expanded out all the resources. We've expanded out a lot of the agriculture, but it's still bugged, I think. Apulia. Let's actually just look here. What we can do. Oh yeah, let's definitely focus this on sugar. Yeah, it's bugged now. Rip the dream. Game can't handle it. Alright, let's try and fix infrastructure as well. A little whack-a-mole action. Should work. Also, just keep the construction queue running. Did we get an event? No, we didn't. And France has gotten some problems. You don't say. Ooh, I do think we want someone else there. I believe someone got reassigned, because I believe we did have a couple guys there. Always very annoying. Oh, there's another guy there as well. They just moved a bunch of guys? Okay, that's fine. Fine with that. Surely... Yeah, the US is getting close to done with this. They've had enough. I wonder if Wallachia would be a decent place to encourage resource industries. Oh, it's close. They do have a ton of oil. We are having oil problems. How many states do we have to take here? Kars, Armenia, 2, 3, 4. So we go after Dagestan, maybe? After this? I'm not sure if we can get a better looking Byzantium. This is tragic. We've gotten the Mare Nostrum, but I don't know if a better looking Byzantium is in the cards for us. I'm just trying to think. I think we could do 2 more wars before the end date. More or less. Like 2 more actual big ass wars we have to fight. We just got gummed up against the US here, just trying to go Jabal Shammar and Hijaz. But maybe this is enough to correct it. Other than that, I guess maybe we go Moldova first. Moldova shouldn't take very long. And then after Moldova, maybe Germany. And that's it. And we just have to hope that it gives us the Byzantium we want. The Byzantium we deserve. I think we have the Byzantium we deserve, but not the Byzantium we want. How long in early game should I do infrastructure? Should I do nothing but infrastructure during that time? I'm not sure what you mean by do infrastructure. You mean make sure that you manage the infrastructure yourself, or let the auto queue do it? Is that what you're referring to? I generally let the auto queue do it kind of early on, but if I'm building like an enormous amount of stuff in one spot, I'll like preempt it a little bit. Not a ton though. Like if I'm putting down a level 51 something somewhere, then I'll generally put it at the front. It would be best to, in theory, micromanage it, but it's super marginal to like do it yourself. But right now we're on Council Republic, and so the investment pool transfer is really small because we're on cooperative ownership, and it's farmers and shopkeepers, and so because the investment pool is so small, it can't handle it itself. Oh, building centers, wood, iron, etc. How much should you, like, push construction? You should just always push construction, like, really hard until you run out of resources. And then you calm down a little bit, but it's still, like, important. So, like, once you run out of all these, then you can kind of slow down a little, but you should also be expanding in such a way that you run out of those a lot slower. Alright. What? Okay, we got hail. Okay, cool. Yes! 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 We did it! We're gonna take a screen of this in case everything goes sideways. This will be our big screen. We did it. We got the big lettering. I wonder if we can get it a little higher up, though. And then we immediately get bad lettering again. We can always release Hijaz, though, if we want to play a little bit longer, which maybe we do. Oh, we can't release Hijaz because we didn't take everything, Rip. We could try and do Germany, I guess. Let's save here. Name it home. We have Byzantium, name at home. This Scamzantium, basically. Rip the Dream Arena, dude. I think if we take a little bit up here, we can get it thick again. Maybe take out weak opponents at a time. You keep attempting Japan. So Japan, you should stay on wood and fabric until you are running like a deficit, and then you start switching over to iron. And the reason you go wood and fabric initially is on a per construction basis. Adding more construction, it's faster to just add more construction centers than it is to make sure you don't run a shortage of iron. But it is way, way, way more efficient to do the other stuff. So to do iron, like you pay like 3/4 the price of the goods. The goods are 3/4 the price for the iron frame construction. Just looking at base prices. So, but if iron's really inflated, it will be more costly. But then your iron mines are super profitable, and this pays more into the investment pool. And so, like, it's you want to start swapping over pretty quickly. It's just you want to swap over piecemeal, so you don't swap over all the things to iron frame construction. You just like in one province you swap to iron frame construction. You just like come to wherever and you go iron frame, you know, one at a time. And don't keep them on wood frame like this guy's doing. Terrible. And then, like, as far as expansion goes with Japan, like, Borneo's always good, but then also you can expand into Zulu. Like, everyone, for every country, like, the best expansion spots are, like, Borneo, and then, in particular, Zulu into Transvaal and Orangey. And then also going for the Mosque of Jinneh, which we got cut off from here. You could see that we tried to go in through here to get to the mosque. Or that's not us, that's the Netherlands. We tried here. We tried here. Or where else did we try? I thought we had... Huh. I thought we tried harder than this. I guess not. Oh, we have to land these idiots? Or... Oh my god. We gotta land those guys. Or once the US capitulates, it'll be over as well. We have Byzantium at home. This is what we deserve, probably. Also, this never-ending war. I have no idea why Mahra is the war leader and not the USA. Also, the USA is completely fine with giving us everything, but they're not going to capitulate on their own. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, we do want to do the things and click the buttons, though. Resource industries. Alright, we get all this. Alright, so we gotta click all the buttons again. Oh, we could have gone straight down for Illinois. Oh well, whatever. Let's click the button. We did enforce. Of course, we gotta make sure we're subsidizing the railroads, because that isn't part of it. That's not resources tab. That's the resources tab. Oh, we actually just built a ton of railways on top right here. Probably encourage manufacturing in New York with some of our leftover juice. Or maybe Pennsylvania actually has a ton of resources. Maybe we encourage resource industry in Pennsylvania here. That seems good. Oh, Stone the Bone, thank you. You were actually the first person to do the cheer. So I appreciate you for the $3. That's exciting. I'm actually going to screenshot this. On the other side. Bam. Ah! Thank you, Stone the Bone. Thanks, man. I've been enjoying your videos. I'm glad you have been enjoying them. Have you been watching primarily the Japan one, I assume? If that's, like, where you're kind of more situated. Wait, why did everyone get on this side? Okay, this just ends. Alright, so we're going to want to go after Moldova and just conquer them. If Germany sides with them, that would be actually fantastic. But I don't think that's going to happen. That's exciting, though. Just going to get that situated. Cuban Wargaming, hello once again. How's the Forbidden Bun looking? Very tempting still? I guess we could just click it. Who wants me to click the forbidden button? At least you got the screeny. Yeah, I did get the screeny. I didn't want to get it again, where we got Byzantium at home again. Couldn't have that. We also will want to just crank out power plants in New York. And probably delete the other stuff, to be honest. TBH, we're definitely going to delete all the agriculture to max out, them doing other stuff. Really nice. You like the videos because you go step by step. Most people skip the steps and it's easier to learn that way. Yeah, so like, I do a lot of that because I don't want to do like an enormous amount of editing, but it does make it so I have to talk the whole time. But I'm gonna have a poll on the France run for how we run that, because we might do high editing, in which case I won't be explaining a lot on the France run. But I don't know. Different people want different stuff. Maybe I'll just watch some, or maybe I'll just start doing some editing. I think I would get a lot more reach with more editing. But I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to... I actually have a poll for it currently going, I think. I haven't checked the poll. I guess I could check it now. Whether people want to see an edited run that's like gonna be... It looks like people want to see the edited run. Click the forbidden button. It will let my butler hire a butler. Alright, forbidden button time. You want to crash an economy in 10 seconds. Here we go. You know what sucks is we're actually subsidizing in a few places, so this will actually be a bit annoying. Alright, we're clicking it. The economy will get collapsed. But the standard of living will crank way up. I mean, maybe this is a way to force a really big GDP, like at the very end, for a nice little screeny on the GDP. Germany could join. Can you do that, please? Lol, they want to open our market. Imagine that being the primary war goal. That's cool. Different people like different things. Yeah. I also think there's a selection bias. Like, the people who are voting in my poll are probably way more okay with unedited videos, because that's primarily what I put out at this point. But, like, my most popular one is the Japan video, at least in terms of starting steps, and that one I think is probably my most well-done one, because I had to do it twice. I actually have... But I've done starting steps with Japan, like, 5 times total now. So... A 2.5 milli swing, that's not too bad. It's not over. No. You gotta watch this. It's an 8 milli swing. And it's not done yet. It's still going up. We haven't even begun to experience the pain. The line goes down. Our GDP is also collapsing off of it. We definitely have to unpress the button before we do. It's still going up. Like, that's the next tick. It's still, like, cranking practically straight up. But man, our service is cheap. Let's... What? The game's not happy with me right now. I clicked the button. It must be a Monday morning tick. Let's see the price of services. Services, we're producing nearly 3 times our buy orders. They're the cheapest services possible. Yeah, raw footage, that does feel like channel flavor right now. That and also Japan is a rough nation to learn. Japan is a little bit rough. It is super interesting and fun, though. I like Japan a lot. Yeah, I don't think we could do this, man. It's brought the welfare payments down, though. You get a job, you get a job. Everybody gets a job / butler. I mean, the GDP is coming back up. Maybe this is the way. Nuking unemployment. Oh, by the love of God. I like it. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is the forbidden button. This is also really inefficient subsidy. Like, we should subsidize stuff, but we shouldn't be subsidizing, so that we have 3x the sell orders. I wonder if it's stabilizing. It's not stabilizing. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. Oh, God. Steel wagon dump services late game. Steel wagons dump services late game? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ace. I'm so excited, though. That was my first stream dono. Thank you again, Stone to the Bone. Alright, we get ourselves a war. I don't think I can... It just, like, hurts my soul. It just, like, makes me uncomfortable. Like, I understand, like, none of this matters, like, at this point, but, like, I just recoil in fear from, like, this 13 milli subby. Is the fun kind of cursed? Yeah, well... It's like the Dwarf Fortress fun kind of cursed. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Not an end in sight. How's our SOL doing, though? SOL's, like, barely budging. It's actually killing our GDP growth. It's also nuking the welfare payments. Oh, part of our GDP being cranked down is actually also here. Let's just do this. This should actually just crank up our GDP quite a bit. But like income taxes went up off the back of it. I don't think dividend taxes. It went up a little bit. I don't even know what's giving the government dividends. We have some tariffs. Services are a substitution for transport. Oh. But isn't it, like, at a really, really low weight? I think that it's a substitution to services are a substitute for several things, but they're also really, really low weight. So pops will really hate consuming it, but they will if they have to. We've already got a treasure fleet of gold in the banks. But the thing is, yeah, we should definitely be substituting some of them. So, and that's what we were doing before. Here, let's go back and talk about doing it intelligently. So let's unclick the button. But we were subbing it in several places. In particular, we were subbing it in Lazio, and we were also subbing it in Thessaly. But I think what we do, like the heuristic we use, I think, for this is we're just gonna come through and like, where do we have the most labor? And then Shangzi, right? Urban center, sub it. And just wherever we have like an enormous amount of available labor, sub it there. Because the reason it's nuking our economy right now is because it's pulling, in places that don't have a lot of labor, it's pulling like labor away from other stuff, you know? But I think you do. I think the idea is you actually want to pull it towards, you know, 75 or whatever it is, the minus 75 like threshold, and then you just want to freeze it there. Like we're gonna do Gujarat and Western Thrace and Southern Serbia. Gujarat, Western Thrace, Southern Serbia. But it doesn't do anything for you to get it so far below the 75% threshold. But I think this will be good. And the economy should recover like really quick off of this. And I think the GDP will start cranking back up We have confounding variable because we also mobilized everything, but yeah, I think that the min-max strategy is if you have exactly double the sell orders as you do buy orders, this will be minus 75%. And so I think that's the equilibrium you look to try and create or hit. Because it does pump up your SOL. Look, our SOL, I think, has just moved pretty sharply up just off the back of stopping and subsidizing all these. I think. Maybe not. But I think the thing is we should subsidize other things as well. Specifically like electricity and trying to get electricity. Like, can we really set tariffs on electricity? That's wild, because you can't import electricity. That's crazy. Questionable practices, you're telling me. I mean, we don't mind just dumping money. I'm not sure who's better to go after here between Germany and Russia, but we might only have one more war that we can finish, so you know, to try and get the caked up looking thing. Transdanubia, Central Hungary, Bekas. Oh, I'm not pronouncing that right. I forget how I'm supposed to pronounce it in Moldova. Just the straight across. Hopefully that fixes the lettering. I think it's the France land that's the French land that's messing us up as well. 25. Let's go, baby. We would be at 100% literacy if we had taken the Mosque of Genet as well, because it gives 22 education access. We're also, like, in Lazio, for example, we're subsidizing this, which actually has a positive balance, but some of these interactions are weird. It has a positive balance of 100k, but we're subbing at 60k. But that's like, we're also subbing this, but we're not paying anything, even though the weekly balance is only 9k. Go figure. But a lot of these can't find any employment, but the migration attraction really high, and we're primarily Greek here, so I think we're going to try and move the capital. We're going to save before we do it in case weird stuff happens. Have I thought of a Super Chile playthrough? What does that mean? Is that where you just conquer the entire coast all the way up? And nothing but the coast? I have not closely considered that. That is a meme run. Every time I've pulled for regions to play in, though, South America performs very poorly. You know, in terms of where people want me to play. Could we... No? Cindy mass migration, love to see it. Yeah, the pop has been cranking up absolutely wildly, especially considering we're like really utilizing mainly mass migration. We don't have a ton of people we're pulling off from. We're definitely not pulling that much from them, but we're like pulling a lot from Chile. Chile has like very low pop. Oh, it's coming back up actually. Interesting. Flash freezing is nice. This will make transportation more profitable. Oh, we had refrigerated storage and we weren't using it. Rip the dream. Although labor-saving PMs kind of suck butt right now because we have so much unemployment in general, but we want a higher transportation demand here. It is preferable. The gimmick would be laying claim to the beach of the world. America's beaches would be fine, so keep a standard preferable course of action early on. That's what I figured it was. Let's see if these guys will give up. Nope. Next Monday, though. Yes? Next Monday? It's Monday morning. If we give you open the market, That's wild that that affects stuff. That we can be like, okay, we'll open the market. Alright, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Bigger Byzantium. Lettering. No. Tragic. Alright, we can incorporate. Whoa, that's an expensive incorporation. I mean, we don't care, but. Damn. Okay. I think they probably have... Oop, nope, they have oil rigs to exploit. Our people are obsessed with meat, so maybe that's why this is super profitable. But we gotta go after it now. Trans-Danubia, I think, is going to be the primary. Super nice that we have not had, like, a weird rev that just breaks everything. I think this is the one. Maybe I should have asked you guys if you thought Russia one would have been better. Central Hungary. I said Central Hungary. Bekes. Except I'm not pronouncing it right. I apologize. I forget how I'm supposed to pronounce it. God, this conquest is just so inefficient as well. Northern Transylvania. Where's Northern Transylvania, my guy? There it is. And Moldova. Except I think it's German Moldova. Dude, my kingdom, seriously, for them to alphabetize this shit. Yikes. So, we really don't want them to back down. If they back down, we're gonna load and we're gonna have a thought. So annoying that that it doesn't include railway subs. It is annoying. But, like, it's so much better than literally going through everything, which is, like, what you did before. So, there's that, I guess. I'm just gonna mobilize everyone. Not gonna activate the conscripts. We're gonna activate the conscripts once the battle starts, though. Because we don't want Germany to back down. Please don't back down. They're only minus 26, so I think they'll stick it out. And if they back down, we'll load and we'll try and figure out a way to make them not back down. I think we do have some fronts elsewhere in the world. I think just adding some of these as primary would also make them unlikely to back down. Alright, we got some chatting. Greatest deal in the history of trade deals. Oh, we'll open the market. Yeah, basically. I'm just a businessman doing business. Victoria 3 players only want one thing, it's to never have to click buttons. They just want to watch the line go up. Confirmed. Yeah, that's the point. I wonder what would be the best industry for us to subsidize. I actually don't know the answer to this question, and I wish I did. Tools go into a bunch of stuff, so if we like stop exporting tools and subsidize tools. Also, like, we have so much coal. I'm shocked that coal is not more expensive for us. Like, iron's expensive, but where's coal? Coal's at plus 5%, so it's not, like, expensive at all. And we're building a ton more here in USA. So... USA sides with Germany. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Of course, we have to move a whole bunch of guys over to this front, but also perfect. Iberia, sure. Nile, Iberia. So now we will activate the conscripts. Which of course will stimulate the economy. Let's see, 4 billion GDP. Let's go. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe we won't. And we have 230 heading on over there. We have a bunch there. And we can, of course, they're just regular uncertain. So the last war goal we're probably going to put in is going to be Illinois. All hail Illinois, the place with the most lead. Also, it's usually where USA moves their capital. Or it can often be where they move their capital. Great Britain sides with Germany. You love to see it. Okay, this creates an enormous amount of fronts and immediate regret on our part. Alright, Occitania has a relatively... So we'll come in here, we'll mobilize, and we'll put this guy here. We'll promote. Let's promote him all the way, and add a few barracks in Occitania as well. Something like that. There should probably be a button to activate all the conscripts in a strategic region. Yeah, there should be. That would be really fantastic. Unfortunately, war in this game sucks. War is hell, though, so, you know. On theme. Also, we're like, a big problem is also the late game lag. Like, I'm not this slow at clicking. I mean, I'm not a mechanics player by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm not this bad at mechanics as well. I'll move this one. Maybe this is fine. I think we'll move someone over here, though. We don't want to get wrecked here, I don't think. We're super wrecked. Maybe we just need more on the USA front, though. TBH. I think we're going for Illinois as the last thing we want to take. I guess we could transfer a subject. There's someone really big. Australia would be nice. Can't transfer them, though. So I guess it's Illinois? It's probably Cali or Texas, actually. What are we doing? It's probably Cali, right? Yeah, it's Cali. Cali's better than Illinois. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I guess if Russia joins, we'll take something over here. I guess is the only thing we're waiting for here. Got it. Do they even have a stronger army here? Yeah, they don't. Alright, we're just gonna put it in and then cry if something weird happens. Unless we want to take East Galicia. Actually, we gotta think. What's gonna make the border look best? Will East Galicia pull it up and stretch it this way? Maybe it's East Galicia here. They also have a ton of oil. I'm sold. Let's go. We're in it. Let's go, baby. Do military goods count for GDP? They do. So, low APM, Victoria 3 gameplay, shake my head. I actually don't think I would be, like, an absolute stone cold stunner, like, in multiplayer. Like, I don't think I would crush, because my APM would be bad, basically. Just do some of that. Some of that. I wish we could put in another one of these. Hey, we got analytic philosophy. The most non-trap tech ever. Glad we got that. Let's swap it on over to analytic philosophy department. Just waste paper. Can we recruit more generals? We only have one Italy HQ guy? Come on. Are we just not gonna do any landings? That seems terrible. I think we'll just triple land with these guys, and also, where's this guy from? Danubia? We'll add some more barracks there. Promote him up a bit. And then we had like a South German HQ guy that we were gonna add. So let's recruit another general, South German HQ, if we can. We can. And with these three, I guess we'll do a landing. Yeah, we'll land from behind somewhere with these three. On the USA, I guess? Oh, Great Britain wants a peace. So probably to force Great Britain out faster, maybe we land them. That'll work. How is it a trap exactly? The reason why it's a trap is because you get it like at the very end of the game. When there's no more tech to be done, and what you're primarily getting is tech spread, and you should be so far ahead of everyone else that you'll very easily have like the innovation cap, and then when you're relying on tech spread, then like what are you... We're not getting any tech spread because we're so far ahead of everyone that this literally does nothing except just increase demand for paper. That's all it's doing for us at this current point in time. Let's also activate some conscripts here. In South Germany. So that's why it's a trap. I mean, I guess, like, I think it's perhaps possible that you could, like, rush it, but I just don't think it's there, you know? Question about your economy. Fix it after you took land from Qing, or did it not help with your pop starvation with jobs? I haven't watched the last stream yet. Are you talking about with Byzantium? Did it help? It helped a lot, but like also just we also took this, which Gujarat, which helped a lot. Also, let's see. There are several things. I think that was a while back. But yeah, we did take some time away from perfecting the borders to get those couple little bit of juice from Great Qing. Alright, I think that we just triple land the UK with these little guys. So, Militidas Persices. And then this guy will land Vasilios Papa something. Vasilis Papa something. That's such a name, man. And Agonid something. I can't even with these names. I have like a philosophy degree, but I've pronounced a lot of Greek words, but Anagnostis. It's just so much syllables. Oh, this is guy. What HQ is he from? South Germany HQ? Is this a landlocked HQ? It must be. Rip. I guess we'll just put him on the German front, because reasons. Alright. I think we'll, if this is still the capital, it is, we will put in also designating it the strategic objective. Since no one else is on this front, we'll move this guy over here. So that guy will clean up over there. Beeline at the game start and spam unis. So I think that there might be something to that, but it's also just tier 5. I don't know. If they expand the tech tree and they make the game go later, it'll be good. So you're always researching ahead of time and you get lots of spread. Easy game. I just don't think it's... I think you missed too many power spikes doing that. Too many important inflection points, I think. But I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. It's a complicated game. I haven't tested it, so I would have to test it. You know. Easy game, easy life. Let's go. Hate that this is one front as well. This right here. The one front wonders. We're gonna screen that as well. Just, so many things that should not be one front are one front. We could try and keep our construction queue up, I guess. What did we even conquer recently? Not much, just Moldova. So we can fix this. Holy shit, these livestock ranches are profitable. Alright. Are these profitable? Is anything profitable? Not really. Tools are a little bit. Chemical plants a little bit. Telephones. Oh, people want only one thing and it's telephonos. There we go. These a little bit. Munitions a little bit right now. Power plants, we're trying to get them specialized. Synthetic plants are very good looking, so let's push them. Oop, not in New York though. Not in New York. New York, we do not want the synth plants. Where are you? We have eyes only for this. Only for you. Since you last saw, you did a short streamer vid where you took Beijing. Saw that episode, but I felt like it made the growth a bit bigger since the clear jump of the popularity is almost vertical. So this might have been when we took Beijing. Or this here. It's probably this. This is probably our biggest jump. Or maybe when we integrated someone. Well, it looks like they're probably not gonna fight very long. It helps out a lot, generally. So, I have, like, for a long time, I've actually been on a horrible misconception that the East India Company is nice for getting, migration, but since they, in terms of their politics, since they have migration controls and they discriminate against almost all their pops, you actually can't pull off a lot of pops from them. Oh, why does Germany have one province out here? Wild. What a time to be alive. I guess we probably don't need all this on over here. So after this 100 stacker like lands the UK, I think we'll try and land a bunch into North Germany. Or maybe we just land a bunch there anyways. We're just gonna pick a bunch of smaller looking guys and not really double check that the front is good, because I'm assuming we're not gonna brick our war, but if we brick our war, we brick our war. You hate to see it, but It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, didn't break these. Did it break these? No, looks pretty okay. Still got the guy over here. All right, we're in business here. In all seriousness, I think there's a point where it's always worth researching ahead of time. Yes, I agree. I'm not sure what that inflection point is, but I imagine it's somewhere between where you're like close to 200, 300, 400 construction. Or, I mean, universities. Because if you're mostly researching the tier you're at, you're missing out on all the potential spread when you're eventually all cut up. Yes. But yeah, it gets to be a problem when the spread doesn't pick good text. Yeah. That infrastructure, oof. What infrastructure? You construction? Are you shaming me? Yeah, you're right. We gotta keep it going. We gotta keep it going. What's the other thing we gotta keep going? The bureaucratic administration, right? Where do we have insufficient tax? Let's get that bread. Something like that. Looks like we're getting our naval battle. Oh, we're crushing them. We're getting in there, boys. We are getting in there. Yeah, we just try and keep the construction queue going. It's so much harder when you're streaming too. And also when you're trying not to pause. We're trying not to pause because, you know, you have the Sunday night ticks. Can almost take a bathroom break in the Monday mornings. I think I might install a mod that gets rid of all of these icons though, because I think this is a big part of what slows everything down. I just have to figure out where the mod is, and hopefully it doesn't break everything. I don't know. What is the UK doing here? Wild. Hopefully this gets in though. Looks like we are winning on these fronts. Not over here though. US is clapping us. Or over there really. I wonder why they commit so many guys to this front. The AI's like so weird sometimes about colonial stuff where they commit like 200 guys or just 0. There's like nothing in between. Like here 3. I feel like there's 6 states you get you most get and 3 states in Qing alone. Well, so Shaanxi is, if you exclude monuments, Shaanxi is probably the best province in the game. It gets 30 oil, like a huge sulfur, huge iron, coal mines. It also has, let's see, this agriculture throughput buff on top of all that. You know, it's just an absurd province, right? And it also has, like, you know, this enormous arable land. Beijing is also one of the best provinces in the game because you get this, and in addition to, you know, like having all this silk, and our Beijing has been bugged out for years though because we can't, or maybe it'll let us build there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that shakes out. We'll try that. That'll notably also nuke an enormous amount of peasants, so we'll have huge unemployment, which will help to drive the migration away from there into other areas, which is nice. But, like, yeah, it's those two, and then also here and here, because they're soft, and you also get, you know, gold mines and iron mines and this type of thing. Is this Greek yet? It's all Greek to me. Hey, we turned Rome Greek. Perfect. Now we can move the capital there. Getting West Mali is a bust. Yeah. Real-time, yeah, real-time Vic 3 pace. Like, Brunei is probably the best place to... Like, I don't remember last time I didn't take Brunei. Although this is North Borneo, it has a little bit more. Western Mali is a must, but we didn't get it. We would have had 100 literacy for like the longest time now if we had had it. I actually haven't gotten the 100 literacy achievement yet. This guy somehow fails the landing. Or I guess he succeeded and then that's that. Alright. Gonna re-land there too. We're on the German cap. I'm assuming that, yeah, UK really doesn't want any of this heat, so they're gonna dip soon because we have their capital. But like, yeah, Western Mali. What else? I think it's Bahrain. I think you take every game. Not because it's absolutely insane, but because it's so free. Like, Bahrain, literally, they don't have any conscripts or battalions, and you just take it, and it's like 40 oil later. So, like, this is a must-take. I don't do it as much as I should, but puppeting Netherlands is pretty insane. New York is really good. New York's hard to take, though. But yeah, New York is, in my opinion, the best province in the game. I probably don't take it as often as I should. One day these will all finish. I think that one day is pretty soon here. So let's just add another of these ahead of time. Probably nuke these naval bases. Don't need that shit. More construction, why not? Look at this lag, though. Do you see how long it took delayed to see that? Like, because it's a cross-section of ease of getting as well. Because getting embroiled in a big war with the US is, like, kind of obnoxious. But, like, getting in a war with China is actually great. Because you can take war reps off of them. Because they have, like, 200... They have 150 million GDP at the start, and they pay war rep based on GDP, even though most of their GDP is in the subsistence farms, and it's not actually, like, usable by them. It doesn't matter. They still pay out this enormous war reps, so, like, just repeatedly warring Great Qing just for war reps is really strong. The identical game starts is why you want to see me play as a GP. Yeah, I think France, we're going to start off with transferring Baroda and the East India Company. I think that's going to be the France start. That is the best war you can make if you don't care about infamy. Dalmatia is somewhere around there. Also lag due to not pausing. You saying the game lags less if you pause? Interesting. Look at this. It's almost fully employed. Look at that. 2.7 milli energy. I think we want to delete the barracks here. Didn't mean to put that up. Oh, we conscripted here. Definitely didn't want to conscript here. That was not part of the game plan. Probably going to need some railroads here at the back. When is the UK going to throw in the towel here? I wonder. Hopefully soonish. We are getting a bunch of landings here in Germany, though. I'm gonna need to move some guys back to help on the USA front. I think we're gonna move this gentleman. No, not him. Let's move this guy. Because that front's not doing so hot. Dalmatia power bonus? It's 15%. So it's not quite as good as New York, but it's pretty good. Or is it in New York? It's in both. It's also in Ontario. It's in 3 states in the game. We don't have Ontario, though. Like, if we were trying to play tight, we would have annexed Ontario, like, forever ago. But they also get Niagara Falls. New York says better, 5%. You wish Vic3's culture system was more like CK3 in terms of relationships and acceptance of cultures? I do. I wish it was more dynamic, too. There's, like, so many things in this game that are just, like, not fleshed out at all. I think the biggest complaint, or the biggest offender, let's say, is, what is it? The recognition, I think, is pretty stupid. I mean, I've had this discussion, though, with some of my viewers, or one of my viewers, and they think that it's, like, representative of how Japan got recognition off of Russia, and that kind of makes sense, but I also think that, like, going to war with the GP is, like, kind of, like, not very flavory, or, like, a little bit insipid. I don't really know. It seems like the path to recognition should be more dynamic and interesting, and it's not. We don't have any war goals on the US, right? No, they're just all on Germany. Yeah, so we just really gotta hit Germany down. Although we do have to get onto this eventually. Yeah, having some problems. Maybe the... Yeah, let's actually move this guy from South Germany HQ over to here. Try and get a little bit more guys in on the action. Also, like, the fact that this front can only have one battle at a time is kind of stupid as well. The military and diplomacy and specifically diplomatic plays, I think, are the most critical things for them to fix or change. So I would want them to prioritize that over, like, everything else. Hopefully we get a big, thick-looking Byzantium, though. Be a little sad if we don't. And then I guess we'll go for a Russia war if we don't as well. Just try and get it done. Or maybe Persia would also work. I actually don't know which is best for the lettering. Doing a nice looking lettering. Probably gonna stop the stream at roughly 2 PST, even if, or actually no, we're just gonna play till maybe the end date, or till we... The citizenship laws don't make a lot of sense. These ones? Or assimilation not doing anything. European countries accept Jews under racial segregation, but they don't under cultural exclusion. Everyone stops being racist the moment you pass multiculturalism. That's my objection. I live in the United States, and that's not how it works. The United States is, there's like zero explicit codified in laws like racism, but there's definitely a lot of racism. But there's no, like, black people aren't allowed to do this. Like, the thing is like, I think that there's, there should be a law. So, like, you see how there's a bunch of laws here? I think there should be another tab for cultures. And cultures, you cannot explicitly pass things, and instead you have to do things to try and affect the culture. And it's like a different mechanism, and I think that, you know, this should be on cultures, not on laws. Also that you can only assimilate, let's actually land with one of these guys. Anagotis. Oh, that's the guy who's German. Yeah, okay, that's the guy we can't land with. Alright, who else is heading over? I guess the 60 stack here. Kovos. Alright, we'll do that. That seems good. But what was I saying? Like, yeah, it's like just passing a law that says no more racism. It doesn't get rid of racism. Yeah, I'm not sure what... Yeah, I have no idea what they're trying to model with assimilation only working on accepted pops, other than, like, it maybe made their, like, race, their slavery model work. Because they don't have a stratification for discriminated, not discriminated, and slavery. And there would need to be, like, additional tiers for pops that cannot suddenly... Because you can't suddenly become not a slave, right? Which is what, if you could assimilate... discriminated or slave pops, that's what would happen. So I'm guessing it's for that reason, but like other than that I can't like think of one especially. Alright, we're gonna land another 100 stack, this 188er Makrios. and we're sitting on capital, and we're soon going to occupy a whole bunch of their stuff. But it's actually just bad right now, because we're assimilating pops. What? Every time we click the pop button, it, like, lags us to hell. It's not even a Monday, it's a Friday right now. But, like, so if we take a look at, yeah, because it's trying to load all the pops. If we take a look, we would prefer people not being Greek, because we'd prefer to have fewer pops with these obsessions, because it leads to inefficient consumption. Particularly the wine consumption's bad. But, this is, like, if we take a look at Han, for example, they're obsessed with opium and porcelain, and so when a higher and higher percentage of your pop becomes obsessed with the same thing, your consumption gets less and less efficient, and it pulls down SOL in a negative way. Which, of course, makes it so that, you know, yeah. Like, canals being able to be built with the help of infrastructure, creating a positive modifier for the state. Oh yeah, they should give infrastructure. They should also, like, increase tariffs or something. Like, they should actually do something useful other than just giving you prestige and urbanization. Let's sub this. No particular reason, but yeah. You just can't believe that they didn't properly model racism in their economic simulator. Yeah, basically. The problem is properly modeling it might be offensive. And I think that they care a lot more about not being offensive than they do with, like, properly modeling something. But maybe I'm, like, off base here. I also don't have an idea of how exactly it would be offensive to correctly model it, but they're also, like, Swedish or whatever, and, like, highly progressive, and, like, multiculturalism's great, and there's never anything wrong with it. This has come up on, like, stream before, but politically speaking, I'm pro-freedom of movement, which isn't the same as, like, being everyone gets citizenship, but I think that people should be able to move where they want and work where they want, as long as the person who's hiring them consents and they consent and this type of thing. And that means you're, like, pro-migration. I still think migration causes problems for the country receiving it, because people don't like migration. I don't think it actually causes problems because, like, migration's bad. I think it, but people don't like it because they get the impression that the migrants are stealing their jobs. And this is not correctly modeled in-game. In-game, migration is just super overtuned. It doesn't upset people. It should cause turmoil or radicalism, and it doesn't. Oh, we're constructing power plants? We don't want these. Or we have eyes only for one place for these. Actually, two places, but power plants, of course, use engines. Hey, we got our queue filled. Tool's kind of working. Oh no, we don't want to do it in New York. We must build nothing in New York. So these are not fully employed, so let's start nuking other stuff. Oh, let's start at the back, actually. Shipyards we could probably keep, but also expecting these places to not be particularly well employed anyway. Our people want only one thing, and it's New York power. You meant you were at the HQ at Paradox and you had a chance of changing the game? Really? In what way? You mean working there? That is interesting. You are Swedish. Yeah. I do not have a problem with, like, the progressive thing. I think that their politics, by the way, informs their game quite a lot. Or, like, the Swedish cultural Milu or whatever. However you want to articulate that or phrase that. Although I gotta catch up with chat here in a sec. Yeah. Just try to be clear here. Also, it does not work if they have a criminal background, because they repeat said crime again and again in the new nation. Yes, so I don't think you should let in criminals. Like, that's an exception. I think my position is that the status quo should be that people should be allowed to cross the border, and you should have to have a reason for denying them, but them being a criminal is a good enough reason to deny someone the ability to work there. And you feel that it does more harm than good? If you're letting in criminals, yeah. Big three players want one thing, and it's realistic racism, basically. But, like, yeah. I think that they don't want the realistic race. They don't want the notion that, like, multiculturalism isn't just, like, obscenely good. Yeah, it's labor market seeking equilibrium between regions. It's, yeah, I mean, I think that, it's not a bunch of... The problem isn't, like, people necessarily, like... Why did these fronts just, like, exploded into weird nonsense? What the hell? Alright, now we have a super rough front. Whatever, this is gonna sort itself out in just a second here. Now you just want GDP up whatever it takes, even build the 400 plus opium plants in Sichuan. Yeah. But it has negative effects that can't be stopped by passing no racism law. Exactly, like it's a cultural thing, not a like a law type thing. And so it shouldn't operate on that axis. You wonder how Paradox can improve late game performance. This is a consistent issue with most of their games, it seems. Like 30 plus seconds for 1 week. Yeah, I have no idea. Like, we're obviously cranking on speed 5. And, like, you know, I'm trying not to pause. But, like, the part of me that's trying to min-max. No, you were at PDXCon, Paradox community event last year, 2 months before the game was released. And Big 3 and all the DLC for other big games of Paradox. I see. So you get feedback on it before release? Hopefully this war fixes our name a little bit, though. We really want one thing, and it's a screenshot. We want the money shot. We're over 4 billion GDP, though. So hopefully I won't get GDP shamed when I post this to Reddit. I'll probably get GDP shamed. Why don't you have 10 billion GDP in your meme run? I'm sorry. I'll try and be better. It's like they rebalance who's at what front according to how people are traveling, not who's already there. But Germany can't keep this up. This might be the last big war we get to fight, though. Our GDP will also fall once we're not buying so many weapons, because this is a big part of what's propping up our economy. Somehow we're using a lot more of our convoys. Port connections and supply routes? Okay. Energy prices have slowly been dropping. Thank you, New York. Yeah, definitely wish we didn't have conscripts here. I guess we could delete the port probably. That's fine. Hello, Playa. How's it going? Yeah, it was kind of a 97% done version of the game. They've patched and fixed some stuff. It was fun. They also, the change they've made is that you can earn achievement without Iron Man, which I like a lot. I like it a lot too, considering how they delivered it. Because, like, for example, if we have a revolution brewing, you can click swap sides, and then I'm pretty sure that bricks your run. If you're playing Iron Man, you're just done. Smell you later. How's it going, Playa? You're more of a... I thought you were more of a, like, 4 or 5 hours later. It's kind of your active period on YouTube. It's always interesting to see, like, people comment, like, kind of consistently at the same time. You've done the swap sides in Iron Man? Does it brick your entire run? Because that's my understanding, but I haven't done it. Classic. You love to see the New Zealand proletarian revolution. Alright, they're super willing to capitulate now. Not that willing, I guess. Have you ever tried a Texas run? It's really fun once you get past the initial 30 restarts to win versus Mexico. Yeah. That's what I heard. I think Texas would be fun. I mean, it's a good place to have your capital as well. I think it's one of the best, for places with, like, European heritage, I think it's the best capital in the game. And then, other than that, I think either Punjab or North Bengal might be the best in the game. I can't remember exactly which one of these has the most arable land. I wonder if you can use that to cheese achievements. Swapping sides on a rev? I don't think so. What were you going to say with the Swedish Constitution? Also, what I was going to say, the Swedish Constitution, fuck its own nation due to easily being looped around and having issues due to a nation that has too much freedom. Yeah, I mean, there's a trade-off. So I'm generally pro-freedom, but I'm also, like, of the opinion that you have trade-offs, and the trade-offs are very significant, and, like, it's not just, like, strictly better. It's that you give stuff up in exchange. Like, Singapore has, like, extremely low crime, right? I think Singapore is right here. But they have super repressive or oppressive laws. Like, a lot of places in the Middle East have really low crime as well. Which isn't to say, like, I want to, like, necessarily, like, live in the Middle East, or I'm, like, trying to say that Middle East is great. Because I like living in the United States. I would not want to live in some place that has repressive laws and, like, limits free speech, but a lot of places that are in that situation, well, a lot of places that are in that situation are just terrible, but also a good chunk of them, like, have other benefits going for them, like, in exchange. Start as a minor country, then swap sides onto a GP as a revolt. I don't think you can swap into the GP. You just swap sides from one side of your, like... So if you're the New Zealand, you swap from one New Zealand side to another New Zealand side, not... You can't swap to being France. So one side where France is supporting it, and one side where it's not. And that they can't get anything productive done due to stupid choices and the need for more money. Oh, well, I was thinking something else, but yeah. That's like a big government versus small government thing. I'm generally a bit of a qualified libertarian in that I think people should be allowed to do what they want, but unlike most libertarians, I think the government has to protect people from corporations, but that the government shouldn't be responsible for making sure that everyone has a good life, but they should be responsible for making sure that everyone has a fair life. If that makes sense. They need to fix the text start though. It's so RNG based because Mexico just has more units. All you need is one battle to win. But if you lose the first one, you usually lose the reset too. Yeah, but at least it's a reroll you have to do at the start. Like I remember EU4 rerolling some nations a ton, and some of them you like don't know if you need to reroll immediately, and it's really obnoxious when you like. When you get to reroll the start, it's like actually pretty nice. But when you have to reroll like some at like some other time, it's like super obnoxious. Alright, they'll probably accept now, right? No? Okay. In Singapore, someone regularly checks your home to see if you're clean enough to prevent mosquito flyers. Yeah, see, there we go. Like, I'm not for that intrusion, but that probably reduces the number of mosquitoes. That's something I find most people don't understand when discussing politics. Any policy involves a trade-off, whether it's obvious or some, convoluted economic opportunity cost type deal. Yeah. Although sometimes stuff is strictly better, but it's like everyone thinks that all of their values, like enforcing that is just strictly better, and it's like often is not like a strictly better situation. Wow. Somehow we get a weird brick front. Cool. Thanks, Obama. Yeah, most people think their policies are objectively good with no unintended consequences. Exactly. Like, bail reform. So I'm generally like... So the whole point behind bail reform, right, is that, wow, it's just one battalion that pushed us here? That's obnoxious as hell. The whole point behind bail reform is the idea that people who have a lot of money unfairly get more access to bail than poor people. So the idea is you don't you either give bail for free or you don't give bail at all. So if someone's deemed a flight risk, you just don't give them bail. And then if they're not, it's whatever. But in the United States, like in practice, the way it's been, it seems, is that way too many people are getting released now because it's either you release for free or nothing. And people who are should have been considered risks were not considered risks. They get released, and it's a problem. This guy's involved in the battle. We'll move the other guy back over, though. And so, yeah. And and can't agree on anything that will help its own nation without hurting the nation in the long run. Good thing health is healthcare and school, but the trade-off is high taxes, but it is paying said thing. Well, this would involve like a bigger discussion about capitalism in general, but I think that capitalism on its face like looks fair, but is not necessarily fair, and so like you either have to try and make it more fair, or you have to have like redistributive systems, and the Netherlands chooses redistributive systems, but those are inefficient in their own way, in certain things. Is this pre-recorded? No, it's not. Or it is, and I'm just really good at guessing. I've just guessed what everyone's gonna say in chat. That would be so thug. That would actually just be way more impressive than actually getting it to interact. Can you just throw in the towel, Germany? There's like 0 chance you win this, my guy. Actually, allow me to rephrase. There is 0 chance you win this. Even if I stood all my troops down, they would still not win. So let's also... I think we're going to need more railroads there no matter what. So I'm just going to add some. Actually, we have a ton of infrastructure, and I'm just going to add a ton of this as well. A ton more. Look to really push it. Push it, push it, push it good. We're also about to get all these German states, which we're going to, you know, put all this stuff in there. How about now? Will you accept peace now? No. You just have to get full enforced. What is fair? Everyone having nothing is equal. I don't mean fairness and equality. I mean fairness and proportionality. There's like 2 notions of fair. One is like equality. Everyone gets the same thing. One is proportional, where everyone gets what they deserve. Of course, what constitutes deserve is different. Hey, we get caked up Byzantium. Let's go. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. Let's go. I guess we'll play like a little bit towards the end date. But we will not mess with this at all. So we're no conquering anything around here. We might subjugate France if they're subjugatable. But so like, you could have fair, that's like a fairness of, like a proportional fairness or a equity fairness. I believe in proportional fairness. But the there's two things that determine how resources get distributed in capitalism. There's who owns the capital and who does the labor. And I think that owning capital is not virtuous and deserving of reward, but doing labor is. But I also think that a system that doesn't reward people for capital investment would be really inefficient and wouldn't work, so you can't do that. But you don't necessarily have to let people who control capital just, like, run away with the bag either. Someone having champagne while the others have beer is unfair. Hard philosophical discussion. Yeah, I mean, it's, like, it's complicated, but, like, my perspective is not necessarily fair. Alright, we gotta figure out the next war. What is the war that's gonna juice the GDP up the most? That we can probably get finished? I guess it's probably... So if we can subjugate France, we're gonna do that. No, we can't. Who is the biggest minor power? That's gonna be question one, I guess. East India Company, Canada, Mexico, Netherlands. So we could puppet these guys. We could also just annex Canada. Canada has a ton of resources. We could probably get annexed Canada through in time. We also have a front with Canada, which is nice. I don't think they ever back down. We could just take a bunch of Qing land. That actually we could just look by GDP. What has the most colorful GDP, and whatever that is, we just annex that. And it looks like it's probably East India Company. Or we could look at Canada and let's sort by GDP, which East India Company has a GDP of, okay, 500 mil, and there are subjects, so we'll just annex them. And we'll activate, like, our conscripts everywhere. Actually, we'll just click this button while we read chat. These hires us to post certain messages in chat, exactly. Sweden using taxes, that makes most Americans afraid of Sweden. Yeah, I mean, it's a form of redistribution. I think I would prefer, instead of really high income taxes, a high value-added tax, which is what China does. Like, China doesn't tax income very much at all. They tax, whenever you spend money, a tax occurs, which is kind of where I think it should be done. What's my honest thoughts on the Voice of the People? It looks great. You'd have to ask a more specific question, I think, to get a more specific answer. I think that it looks good. I think that it is definitely a flavor pack, and it's light on mechanics. I think that the mechanics it does have are quite nice, because I think the rebellion gives more flavor. I think the switching the way that law passing works definitely makes it less frustrating. I think that they made multiculturalism and Council Republic really hard to go, but the new agitator system is really good for that. I think agitators are also an incredibly good idea to add, like, a face to the game, because you are interacting with characters more, which I think is, like, good on that front. And so, like, I think that's good. I think it's going to make the game more accessible to other people, and so, like, pretty big ups on that. But if you ask a more specific question, I can give a more specific answer. I think that was not all that specific. Like, a lot of the stuff they're introducing, but, like, a lot of it's just flavor, right? Which is, like, I have been saying for, like, several patches now that I really want them to just fix diplomatic plays and diplomacy in general, but specifically, like, more specifically, diplomatic plays. And this is, like, really what I want, and, they're not, any patch that's not doing that is not what I want, but also the team that's responsible for putting this out is not the team that would be doing this. Do you feel that they missed a good opportunity? Oh, you did ask a more specific question. I apologize. Do you feel that they missed a good opportunity with fixes, or is it a good start? I think it's a good start. I think that I think that fixing diplomatic plays will be incredibly difficult, so I think that they did some easy fixes alongside their flavor pack, and so I think that is great. How uncertain are they? Minus 24? Yeah, okay. Getting capital is the incentive to do hard labor. I think this was an idea in the past, and now it is to inherit. Yeah, so, like, Jeff Bezos, let's say he makes $3 billion a year. He makes more than this a year on average, and it's like complicated because it's capital gains, but let's just say it's $3 billion. I very, very, very strongly believe that the value of his labor is not $3 billion or anywhere remotely close to it. In fact, I think that the value of, like, because I think you could pay 30,000 people $100,000 a year to do a better job than Jeff Bezos. I just do. And I think anyone who thinks otherwise is like, they are just very divergent in terms of the value, the way they think of the, like, the value of labor, and like there's like a semi-hero worship aspect like going on here. We'll just put everyone on the front. And so like Bezos, like, that's $3 billion. Like, $3 billion is such a huge number. I think no one should make $1 billion a year. Or no one deserves $1 billion a year. When we're talking about fairness and proportionality, I think the value of anyone's labor is, there's nowhere near. But I think that people have to get paid according to capital, because that's how capitalism works, and capitalism's efficient. And, like, not capitalism doesn't work very well. Capitalism effectively distributes resources based on people's abilities and desires. Any economic policy is predicated on distributing resources inefficiently to achieve some end. I don't think capitalism distributes resources as efficiently as you do. I think. But I think it does distribute resources efficiently, which is why you need it. But I also think... I think that the idea behind capitalism is that you have a consensual exchange, right? That every exchange is consensual, specifically like selling labor and like buying labor, right, is the one concerned with. But I think there's an asymmetry in the buying power, especially in practice, but also in theory. Like, for example, there's actively the practice of union busting, which depresses labor towards which an equilibrium would point. Also, like with social media companies and other companies, there are artificial monopolies, which destroys any sort of efficiency that's being created, right? So it's not just... it's not the case that you are getting a pure competition, which would be the ideal. And even if you did, I still think there would be problems, but there'd be less problems. But we want to probably annex the Sikh Empire, right? Or just take Punjab, at least. And that isn't always a bad thing, but people tend to act as though they can preserve the efficiency of capitalism while imposing some control of where the resources end up. Well, so to some extent, capitalism like needs to be policed in ways that is creating inefficiency, and it definitely needs to be policed there. And so, for example, like not really being pure or actual real competition, because, you know, there's lobbyists that prevent the breakup of like monopolies or monopolistic stuff, right? Was one like thing. I hate this quote. Difficult times create strong men. Easy times create weak... oh, wait, okay. Weak men, in turn, create weaker men that create difficult times, and repeat over and over. Nuts. I disagree with that, like, sentiment, generally. Also, I hate that it's men. But that's a different, like, thing. You know, instead of humans. Or people. Also, the 1% wealthy people had a meeting a while back... and they had so much money that even if they asked to get taxed more, since they keep getting richer. Not all of them are asking to get taxed more. A lot of them are lobbying the government so they have to pay less taxes. As a matter of practice. Well, an example of French companies specifically, they're in competition with people simply not using their platforms, I guess. But like Starbucks like engages in like labor union busting, and like Facebook should not have been allowed to acquire Instagram, and like I don't think that that's like, you know, like people can walk to work, right? But that doesn't mean that, like, OPEC isn't creating inefficiency by throttling the amount of oil that's released, which, like, increases the gas prices. Women create men, men create times. Yeah, there we go. The blurst solution. Okay, I like the quote. Yeah, I mean, I don't like We don't need to talk about the quote, really. Like, because I generally don't like idioms either. Like, I don't like more or less. I hate that. Because it, like, what it literally means is it's either, that's approximately the amount, but what it, like, what it, like, what the expression, like, means is, like, that's approximately correct, but what it literally means, like, the literal content of the expression is anything but that. But, like, I don't think it's... I think everyone looks back and they think that they had harder times and they made it easier for the subsequent generation. And that the kids have it so easy these days. I think it's like a misevaluation. When did this happen? I mean, I guess we'll just put them in government so we don't run a malice with their approval. We don't care about the industrialists. But, like, it's the... So, like, I think... I'll give an example of what I mean when I say that, like, it's not fair, where the leverage could create an unfair situation. Generally speaking, the people with capital can hold out in negotiating for paying for labor more than the laborer can. And this allows them to get better deals from their end, right? And I think one of the best examples is, I think it was Crassus of Rome, who was one of the most rich people in all of history. And what Crassus did is he made the first fire department, which I agree, fire departments are great. We're happy about there being a fire department. And the way it worked, though, was he would come to your house as it was burning down, and he wouldn't put it out, and he wouldn't offer a fee to put it out. Instead, he would offer to buy the house. If you did not sell the house to him, the fire brigade would just watch it burn down. If you sold the house to him, then he would put out the fire, and he would sell back the house to you, or he would rent the house back to you for beans. And the fact of the matter is the value of putting it out, you could say the value of putting it out is like the equivalent to the full value of the house, but there was an asymmetry in leverage which allowed Crassus to get almost all of the surplus value, you know, because every exchange creates value, and it creates otherwise people wouldn't do it, they wouldn't voluntarily agree to it, but it creates a value, and the extra value between before the exchange happened and what's actually after that happened, that value is split between both parties, right? But Crassus would gobble up 95% of the additional value, and then the new renter or previous owner of the house would get up 5% because they would still get a little bit of money, and then they would just rent the house. But it would be that it's split 95-5 is just a result of Crassus having extra leverage, and in my estimation, it would be preferable if the extra value is split closer to 50-50, or what capitalism argues will happen is, generally speaking, all firms will trend towards like a break-even line, and the consumer gets 100%, but that's really not how it works in practice. That's just like how it works in theory. Like, capitalism does not function how it says it should in theory. Due to a variety of factors. Something like this, maybe. Children, they have bad manners, contempt for authority, and show disrespect for elder, and love chatter in place of exercise. They no longer rise when the elders enter the room. They contradict their parents and tyrannize their teachers. Children are now tyrants. What's that from? Like, the prose sounds pretty old, but that does sound like something people would cite a bit now. I mean, like, children and teenagers are always a bit rebellious, but, like, I would bite on them being more rebellious now. I don't know. That's a blurst government. I don't know to which you refer to the government being blurst. The word is Junovia. Everyone thinks the previous generation was stuck in their ways and the next generation is strange and lazy. Yeah. That's interesting that there's a word for it. But yeah, I mean, that's... And that's, like, what the quote makes me think of. Socrates about 470? Okay. Good old sock. Or sock according to Plato, right? Is that from the Republic? Socrates, or the classic Greeks was definitely not my strong point in college. Oh, we probably should put in more than just conquer Punjab, but it's pretty whatever. We were focused on trying to talk about capitalism. But the thing with Crassus, like, if every laborer had perfect information regarding the value of their labor and also perfect ability to coordinate with other laborers such that they could negotiate all as a huge block, like how a trade union does, if that were the case, then I think capitalism would come a lot closer to being fair in terms of proportionality fair, not equity fair. I think that from each according to their ability, to each according to their ability, would be like my ideal system of distribution. But I also don't think that that's... I don't have a proposal for how that's possible. I just think capitalism is currently the best, but I do think it has problems. Also, 50-50 in women, men in all workplaces is not possible due to some workplaces have bigger need of women and men due to focus on other stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you should try and strive for, like, equity, in terms of, like, oh my god, we gotta take a screen just in case annexing this, like, somehow moves Byzantium, which it shouldn't, but we have to anyways. Alright, we're also gonna save big, because I will not tolerate a bad screenshot here. It's all about the bunny shot. But yeah, I agree, I'm not like... There's a lot of things the left does that I think are obnoxious and, like, wrong, and I think trying to get it to be the exact same amount of women as men in every single position is, like, stupid, because they have different interests, and instead it should be based on merit, which is, again, like, I am a fan of equity. Or sorry, I'm not a fan. I'm a fan of equality on the basis of proportionality, not equality on the basis of equity. But also, I think that can often be a dog whistle, and people, when they say that exact thing, they mean it in bad faith. So there's all that noise too. Let's get some infrastructure. Let's also make sure we are subbing all the railways, because of course that can't be done normally. Hopefully these landings get in pretty good. I make the argument that capitalism provides perfect efficiency as you approach an infinite labor pool. What? That's like... But that's like a theoretical, like... I mean, I guess, yeah. But that's like a theoretical construct. Things like competition, insurance, innovation would deal with inefficiencies from leverage. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the solution is to abandon capitalism, but I think it's to recognize that there are problems. In architecture firms, men are mostly needed. In healthcare and childcare, women is needed. I agree, but I don't know if... I think you said English is... You're Swedish, right? Or maybe I'm mistaking it. I would not use the word needed, but that it is... Women are more interested in healthcare, or healthcare and childcare, right? And if people are interested and competent, they should be hired. And they are less interested in architecture, and men are more interested in architecture. And if they're interested, and competent, they should be hired. Yeah. when 80% of people working on farms, there was no feasible way for there to be competition in the firefighting sector. But like in ancient Rome, I'm not suggesting that there necessarily should have been more. Well, so competition, if two fire brigades showed up, then they would have a bidding war. And then you would actually get a much better outcome for the person. But my point was to highlight how leverage determines, like, the equilibrium price of the putting out of the fire in a way that it's consent alone between two parties does not ensure that they are splitting the value of the exchange in a way that is fair, because leverage is involved. Which it was more a statement about leverage than it was about competition. But yeah, if there are two fire brigades, then in theory what happens is there's a bidding war between the two fire brigades. Whichever one is willing to do it for the least amount, then that'll happen. It was really lucrative, so like, maybe it wasn't very long before there was more, like, fire brigades or whatever. But we'll also start moving more guys onto all these different fronts as they appear. I really wish we had a route into here, into the Sikh Empire faster, but maybe this won't happen. Due to how people react and are able to focus on their job and make and not make a building, not make a building that they save money for the next handbag or making kids cry. Wait, what? Due to how people react and are able to focus on their job and not make a building that they save money for the next handbag or making kids cry. I'm not sure what you mean. Well, I guess I'll have to read the next message. Let's see. That feels misogynistic. There's a true lean towards traditionally feminine and masculine traits, hobbies and jobs and genders, but that doesn't mean it has to be a standard. I think that him saying needed is a function of... I'm not sure English is his first language. Yeah, there we go. English is second language, close to main language due to English more than my native Swedish, due to listening, typing, and taking English on a daily basis. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use the language need either, but I think if you just change need to a different word, his point remains, like, salient. Unless because I think earlier he said that they are generally more inclined to a particular thing, which is indicative of, you know, not thinking that men are necessarily better at XYZ than women or what have you. Hopefully when these fronts get bricked, it doesn't send everyone back home, because then it'll take forever to enforce on Punjab. Implying that it is innate and not socially constructed that a woman is needed or a man is needed really rubs me the wrong way. Well, I think that there are innate differences in terms of interest. But I think that if a woman is interested in architecture, that she can do, like, you know, basically the same job as a man. And that, like, a woman in the, like, 55th percentile will, like, crush a man in, like, the 50th percentile or whatever. You know, like, there's like, differences between the sexes, but they're relatively minor. But they are quite large in terms of differences of interest. But, like, yeah, talking about that stuff can also often rub people the wrong way. I mean, empirically speaking, there are, like, large differences in terms of interests between men and women. This is, like, so much more guys than are needed for this type of war. Yeah, you would say intrinsic, but these things describe trends, not hard and fast rules. Yeah, I mean, it's... So, the way that psychology actually determines a lot of stuff in a way that's, like, very definitive is through, whether something's nature or nurture, is through paired twin studies, which you cannot do a paired twin study that controls for gender, because then they're not identical twins. And so you cannot do a study that like purely and definitively describes whether something's nature or nurture when it comes to like gender differences. And so it's like, I like to avoid saying whether something's nature or nurture like entirely, and just say like what it looks like. And you can also look at societies that are more or less egalitarian and notice that differences in trends, like which is indicative of like social differences, but doesn't necessarily mean social differences, because they could be acting out against like this is like societal stuff, and but like it's not necessarily easy to unpack. Yeah, women are generally better at like understanding social cues, yes. But that's also super generally. Like a man who's like in the 55th percentile of understanding social cues, for example, like would probably outperform a woman who's in the 50th percentile, would be my guess. I could be wrong. That's just like a shot in the dark. I've seen no empirical basis for that. That which percentile performs better. But I think the overarching point is that the government shouldn't step in and try and make everything 50-50 when it comes to gender for every job in existence. And you know, childcare is an example where you could like argue that men will do like a reasonably good job, but like for the physically and super manual tasks, it's actually pretty hard to argue that women would be able to do as good a job as men for a lot of these tasks, or are as interested. Like women generally, or I have not seen a woman that seems particularly interested in digging for oil or like putting down sewage pipes or like this type of stuff. Well, I guess it's frivolous of me to say that I haven't seen it, but like the amount of people who work in construction, they're primarily male. It requires an ability to like lift like an amount of weight that like the physical differences between men and women are quite large in terms of physical strength. Like, if you follow strength sports, it's like, it's specifically upper body strength. It's, like, not close. It's actually closer than you would think for, like, lower body strength. Or, like, I think closer than a lot of other people would think, based on, like, personal experience. But, like, upper body strength, men are just way stronger than women. On average. The strongest women also just crushes the average guy. You know, and that is not close at all, but like I think the female record for squat is like in sleeves is like is either in the 600s or 700s, and for men it's like 1036, I think, tested. And like well, most men would struggle to lift 100 pounds over their head, but a higher proportion of women would. So, like, when you're looking at specifically jobs that are, like, physically demanding, I think anyone who fits the demands should be able to do it, and if they want to do it, they should do it. But it's just proportionally going to be fewer women. In a way that's, like, really easy to observe. This is kind of a tangent. We should probably focus on the game a bit more. Most men have an easier way to fix a problem and fast and effective solution due to the work needed to fix the problem without losing focus on what needs to get done. I think that's context dependent. I don't think men are universally better at fixing problems. I think men probably have a tendency to be better at fixing certain kinds of problems. Specifically stuff that involves like spatial reasoning, because men tend to perform a little bit better on that. But if it was like fixing a problem, we need to pick one of these. But there's like if it was a problem related to like socialization or understanding social cues, like a woman would probably be better at it. Women are generally more relationship oriented and men are more thing oriented, like empirically speaking. Now, you could also argue that they're that way because of social, like, reasons, and I don't have, like, there's no data to support it, like, one way or the, or, well, there's data, but, like, it's not very good supporting it one way or the other. But describing the difference and describing whether or not it's inherent are two different things. Men are more likely to abuse people under their care. Yeah, men are more likely to be violent in general. A huge majority of violent crimes are done by men, but it's also done by a relatively small proportion of men. So there's argument to be made that they're objectively worse candidates for such jobs. Yep. For instance, you teach Sunday school at your church, and you have to follow several extra rules that your wife doesn't. Makes sense to me. Due to something in the brain making men able to do tasks that require a lot of focus and work without stopping to think, stopping to talk to a friend. Some says men is a natural problem fixer. See, I think that, like, you have to contextualize it too, though. But I don't think you've caught up to where I said that, but... The handbook has a whole page of rules that apply to men only. Yeah, men are much more likely to... engaged in really unacceptable behavior. Like, most people who are in prison are men. Men are also much more likely to just not get along well with others at all. And if you have people like that, they're generally not as productive in terms of members of society. But that's a very small proportion of men as well. Like let's call it, like, I don't want to put it, well, I'll put a number to it just to, like, talk about it. Like, let's say it's 5% of all people are, like, very, very antisocial. A majority of those will be men. But it's still a relatively small percent. It's not to say all men are antisocial. Alright, let's fix our infrastructure, and then try and... Oh, our infrastructure's kind of already fixed. Yikes. Hopefully all our guys did not get teleported away. And are relatively close. So we can enforce here. Maybe. Oh, this is going to be really tight as well for the end date. We're like super close to the end date. I think it's January 1st, 36, right? So I wish there was just a sign all the front button. This would make my life so much easier. I wonder if we could get somehow cheese it up to 5 billion GDP. We have to keep mobilized, so there's that. So maybe we actually don't even want to win this war. Well, some of these guys got sent home. That's not ideal. Just gonna take a save. Let's just try and get the construction has to be absolutely filled out for this to work, I think. Oop, we also have to hit the button on everything. Yikes. Okay, let's do this. Yikes. Not everything but Skopje. Basara and Baghdad. Why are these changed? Oh, hopefully I didn't mess everything up. I'm just gonna incorporate everything. Also, men being forced to not allowed to talk about feelings. So that could be cultural, but it also might be the case that men just prefer not, relatively speaking. You can't, like, necessarily sort it out one way or the other. Although I definitely think it is partially cultural, at the very least. But you could say, like, empirically speaking, men aren't able to talk about it, but it would be a different discussion to say what's the cause of that difference. Whoa, that's causing some problems. Alright, let's get this bread. Alright, we're gonna look where has the biggest... Are these even gonna get finished? I don't even think these get finished, do they? Yeah, these probably aren't gonna get finished. Not even close, not even the top layer, but maybe you're wrong again. One thing I've seen that men tend to fall on the extremes in ends of the distribution. I've heard this argument before, specifically to apply to intelligence, but if you actually control for, like, wealth in some situations, it's only for the very wealthy that they tend to fall on the extreme in terms of intelligence, which implies that, at least as far as IQ goes, that it's not, or to me it implies that it's not, they don't even have the extreme tendencies, because the tendency towards the extreme only happens in certain populations, that when you control for wealth, it doesn't anymore. Oh, my thumbnail's gonna be ruined by incorporating all these states, isn't it? I guess I have to stop incorporating some of these, then? Because then we'll be like, you're losing so much money. Okay. So men and women have, say, the same average IQ, but most people with above 140 and below 60 are men. Yeah, I already... Contest of how men and women over the time of history. Well, historically speaking, men have had a huge advantage because being physically imposing is highly relevant in, you know, the context of most history. Not sure how that's held up. Yeah, it's a statistic that the men and women IQ thing, it's a statistic that, like, if you ignore certain things, it holds up, and if you don't ignore those things, or, like, you would need to, because you can't do a controlled study, right? but is more pronounced when you have money, which implies that the people with wealth tend to pipeline their kids in particular ways, and they tend to pipeline men to dealing more with like things and sorts of pattern recognition oriented activities that predispose you to having like a higher IQ. We're not gonna get the completion on a lot of these buildings, baby. I don't think we're gonna get this annex off either. But I think we want to be at war so we can have full mobilization. We're trying to get the GDP above 5 bills. Tragic, it's not gonna be above 5 bill. Ooh, but we can get swayed to this play. I think the answer is yes here. They're only 140 negative. Did he just generalize all men to the stereotype? He's saying that their distribution looks more polarized. So that's like the opposite of generalizing because you're... Well, it's not necessarily the opposite of generalizing, but it's saying when you look at the distribution curve of men, while the average is the same as women, it's flatter for men. Which is like a separate thing. You know what's funny is we can't actually even have back a lot. They're on their own. Came here to see GDP go up. Got caught up in the political discussion. Yeah, well, it's hard not to talk about politics when you're playing Victoria 3. To some extent. We couldn't do it though. Couldn't get up to the... These guys are about to get their first tick here. But it's gonna be too little too late. Maybe? They'll accept the peace deal. Perfect. Will this, if this cranks us just over? So now we have Punjab too. No, they don't have a big enough GDP, but... Or it's already incorporating? Interesting. Yeah, just some of that action. Alright, we do have to watch, because we're going to create a save on the 31st. Yeah, I couldn't do the 5 billion GDP. Still cranking down the money. This is, of course, because we're paying so much... God, we're just short of 5. Someone find me an adult. Oh, we're so close. I guess this is the last Monday, so no values are gonna really change too much. So, I'm gonna do Monday before end. And I'm gonna respond to chat. And then we'll get to the end date here. Because this save should take a while. Men are mostly not allowed to show emotions due to seeing weak and unwanted for women. Yeah, but this could, with all the discussions, it could be either cultural or, like innate as well, or partially innate. But I agree that men can't show as much, yeah. Also, the amount of men ending themselves is almost 3 times the women amount. But if you look at attempts, it's not the same distribution, which is interesting. I think we just screenshot this big Chad-looking Byzantium as well. You haven't heard about controlling it in that way? You'll have to look into that. I've looked at the statistics and someone trying to argue against it, but they could have also been making a bad faith like argument because they just want men and women to like not have this polarized. Would subsidizing everything boost GDP? We can't do it with 3 days left. Also, if the subsidy decreases unemployment, it does, but if the subsidy pulls employment from a less efficient place, or from a more efficient place to a less efficient, I don't think it does. Is the main reason that men being violent due to emotions coming out in anger? I disagree with that. I think that testosterone's the main reason. It's a hormone that makes you more violent, and if you give women a bunch of testosterone, they get violent. Globally cultural. If something's globally cultural, it might be biological. Success rate might be a better way to say it. Alright, let's get to the end date here. Woo! We did it, guys. We got the Chad looking Byzantium. And we got all this stuff. Alright, let's take a screen of this. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't move the capital to Rome. Let's do that. Monday before end. Success rate, yeah, with them, what is it? I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube. Or I probably already said it. You have to say unalive. Which is like the most insipid thing ever. You gotta unalive yourself. Yeah. Everyone knows what you're talking about. You can't have like a philosophical discussion of it. Their success rate is bigger. I can't remember if that fully explains the difference in numbers though. Also, if someone's... I don't know if you count people who are repeat attempters. Like, I don't know if that's a confounding variable as well. Yeah, I forgot to move the capital to Rome. Oh, I think we can't. Because we're involved in the Sikh play. Or the Kalat play. The Kalati play? Maybe? It's unreal how much the game lags, though, at the very end here. But yeah, we'll also go over all the stats and stuff, too. Take a closer look at everything. GG. Jade, who has been lurking. But watch this, like, actually make... I would be so hyped if this made our lettering better. Like, we struggled to really get the right lettering here. But let's see about... Okay, so we can't change the capital because we're involved in a play. But we can just uninvolve ourselves. Right? Okay. Yeah. And then we should be able to change the capital to any Greek place, right? Oh my god. Oh, it has to be primary Greek. It has to be homeland. GG, rip the dream. Can't move the capital. It is primarily Greek, though. Oh yeah, let's look at the in-game stuff while we can. Oh, see that? From us being demobilized, it knocked down GDP 3 billion. So when I make screenshots, it's gonna be or 300 million. It's gonna be a little bit higher. But let's just take a quick look in here. GDP, next one, we're 10x the next guy. Yeah, they're not doing too well. Oh, there's Germany. And these guys really, we're like 10x the next prestige. A bunch of these guys who were GPs finally dipped out of being a GP as well. It was wild. Scandinavia actually had great shing in their market at the start of this session, but they got booted out because they dipped to major power. And then SOL. We were at like 25 for like the longest time, but we're not now. We're also hemorrhaging money because we're paying out way more welfare, I believe, is what happened. Where's welfare? Oh my god, my brain. I think we're paying out more welfare to some of these guys who've just gained access to it as we started to incorporate. Or it was military goods that shifted it down. Never mind. Run failed. White map, run failed. GG. The reload even longer back. Yeah. The reload is insane. Run failed. Rip the dream. Great Britain's entire economy is the same as what your army consumes when mobilized. Basically. Military industrial complex. We got Chairman Antonios Barandis. Warlord, Scandinavia's in the Russian market? Probably. And China was in the Scandinavian market just a little while ago. How the mighty fall. This is our GDP line. Pretty vertical. Was really trying to keep the construction going at the end there. Was hoping to hit 5 billion GDP. Really just like dirt in the eye that we got 4.9. Standard living. Notably, I think this trajectory up here was when we put in Council Republic, but then it just kind of just trended up and then dipped, of course, when we annexed the East India Company. Prestige, you know, doing prestige things. There's a population when we incorporated. We were primarily Catholic because we stopped converting anyone. We took a lot of Catholic territory. That's kind of wild that we were mainly Catholic, though. It's interesting. Because as far as, I guess we were mostly Greek and then Bengali and then Han. I guess the Han pops got converted. Because so a lot of our Greek pops were Han pops before. There aren't somehow 203 million Greeks. We've assimilated a lot. And a lot of what we've assimilated has been Han. Which is why I'm surprised to not see. It looks like we can't. Can we click this? No, we can't click. Because that would be too cool to see a closer breakdown. Political strength, it basically looks very similar to this, except for Turkish. I guess there's a lot of Turks in our places that make a lot of money, so that makes sense. And then Han. We'll continue playing for just 1 second to look at kind of the pop breakdowns. GG Playa. Population before gaining high pop land is huge. Before it and after Beijing. At the first and second jump in population. You thought we would be way more orthodoxy? Yeah, but the problem, once you do total separation, you don't convert anyone. You still assimilate cultures, but you don't convert anyone. So we take a look at cultures, and we take a look at Greeks. So they're orthodox, right? But is there a way to look at their religion? We could look in here, we could see all these Greeks. We see these Sunni Greeks, Oriental Orthodox, Orthodox, Catholic, Animist Greeks. And none of these are really good. Jewish Greeks. None of them are, just two though. None of them are really getting converted. Because the game mechanic doesn't convert. This is also another weird thing, like, God, assimilation's so useless. It does nothing and it's like crazy. If we look at Han, though, I'm guessing they will be all the religion, yeah. And so they're all Mayahana. But if you don't accept someone on the basis of religion, you can convert them. But you cannot with assimilation. Like, assimilation is just busted. Like, it just doesn't... works in the most asinine way. It would be better if the mechanic just wasn't in the game. You would have thought that you would have way more... Yeah, okay. That was... So... and it kind of looks like it. Oh, the lettering's so good, though. Mission accomplished. The chaddest of chads. So much inefficiency this run, too. But... 203 million Greeks. Next is Bengali. With 50 million... then Han, then Turkish, then Spanish. I think we didn't assimilate a lot of the Turks because it's the homelands and we can't assimilate the Turks. But a little bit surprising to see that many later on. I guess they had access to healthcare and stuff. It's interesting. Anyways, I think that's going to be the stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the run. It was nice and fun. You know, if you're still here, thank you for being here. Shout out to, this is the first dono this chat, or this session, by Stone to the Bone. So if you're still here, shout out to you. Thank you. It was very exciting for me, like, on the meta content creator thing. But other than that, I think that's it for today. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Still running a whole bunch of polls with how we're going to play the France run. So if you have an input or opinion on that, feel free to weigh in on the polls. And other than that, have a good day. I'll respond to the last few chats and then probably be out. And the curve of population is kind of flat until you gain land in China and then you start to go vertical. Yeah, because they continue breeding a lot. But here, you notice the gain here also, I believe, corresponds roughly to us also cranking up the SOL. So here it dips, and then it really goes up, and we start getting a lot of mass migration. But we're also gaining population here, because they still have maintained enormous pop growth, so we also get that on top of, you know, the migration, like starting to handle stuff. But the migration helped to pull up SOL over here quite a bit by getting places employed, if I'm not mistaken with how that works. So yeah, I mean, it made a large difference. We were trying to get the Mare Nostrum faster, and so that's why we didn't go for Chinese provinces earlier, but I guess we should have. Ace says, thank you very much. You are very welcome. Thank you for being around and hanging out. Especially all the people who hang out through the political discussion bit. Because I'm pretty sure that's bad practice for me, but also, like, I don't know, it's a political game. Anyways, toodaloo. I'm going to use the restroom. If anyone has any last-minute questions in chat, I will be responding to that in about 5 minutes after the bathroom. And bye-bye. Yeah, I want to end the stream.